Chapter 138. At the Great Sword Tournament, Li Xingqian had already defeated 3 people in a row. His formidable combat strength had shocked everyone present. As expected of the young master of White Jade Tower, his strength is comparable to some of the young emperors. How impressive. Yeah, no wonder he has the legendary Starlight physique. It's amazing. I'm afraid even some of the honorables are no match for him. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Suddenly, a white longsword appeared in the air and stabbed itself into the ground in front of Li Xingqian. The crowd saw a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walking across the air. He soon arrived at the arena and stood on the hilt of the sword. His powerful aura and elegant entrance quickly caused many people to exclaim in surprise. I know this man. He's one of the 10 unparalleled heroes by Qianjun. He is one of the ancient sky prides who has awakened. His combat strength is incredible. That's right. Rumor has it that he has joined the Dharma sect. His status is even higher than that of the young Emperor Yuan Hong. This great sword tournament has attracted him as well. The 10 unparalleled heroes were 10 sky prides who did not obtain the Emperor's essence, but their cultivation, talent, and combat strength were comparable to that of a young emperor. There were even rumors that some of them did not use the Emperor's essence to become an emperor, and their reputation was comparable to that of a young emperor. I think this sword looks good. I'll take it. Bai Qianjun glanced at Li Xingqian and said in a determined tone. Li Xingqian frowned, displeased. It's not impossible for you to have the sword, but you'll have to defeat me first. Bai Qianjun raised 3 fingers. 3 strikes. What do you mean? I only need 3 strikes to defeat you. Bai Qianjun wore a proud look on his face. Sword chi swirled around his body, and a sharp Taoist rhyme surged, exerting great pressure on the crowd. Li Xingqian's eyes flashed with anger. How arrogant. I like to see how you're going to defeat me in 3 strikes. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Starlight erupted, and the stars in the sky seemed to have fused into the sword's ray. The long sword under Bai Qianjun's feet spun, and an incredibly sharp sword chi exploded. It landed on the Starlight sword and forced Li Xingqian to retreat. So powerful. Li Xingqian's expression changed slightly as he slashed out once again. This time, the power behind this slash was even stronger than the previous one. However, Bai Qianjun's improvement was even stronger than his. The sharp sword chi tore through the starlight and pushed Li Xingqian back to the edge of the arena. Defeat. With a light shout, Bai Qianjun leaped up into the air, holding the long sword with both of his hands, as if he was trying to split a mountain into 2. A vast and mighty sword light surged out, wrapped in an astonishing sharpness, and directly blasted Li Xingqian out of the arena. With a loud clang, the sword in Li Xingqian's hand was broken into pieces. With only 3 sword strikes, he was defeated by Bai Qianjun. Damn it! Although Li Xingqian did not suffer any serious injuries, he was still thrown out of the ring, which meant that he had lost. He unwillingly threw away the broken sword. This person's combat strength is far stronger than the average honorable, and he has a high level of mastery in swordsmanship. Swordsmanship is not your forte, so it's not surprising that you lost him. The remnant spirit's voice rang in Li Xingqian's mind. Bai Qianjun's strength is indeed impressive. As a sky pride from the Dharma sect, one is a young emperor, and the other is one of the 10 unparalleled warriors. But I'm afraid that Yuan Hong is no match for Bai Qianjun. That's right, it's possible. I heard that Yuan Hong could not even take a single attack from Chu Kuangren. Suddenly, someone mentioned Chu Kuangren among the crowd. On the arena, Bai Qianjun's heart skipped a beat. He looked around and said loudly, I heard that Chu Kuangren was here 2 days ago. Now that the Great Sword Tournament is about to begin, I think you should be here. Yuan Hong was defeated by you. Now that I'm a Taoist of the Dharma sect, it's my responsibility to avenge him. I wonder if you could show yourself and teach me a lesson. Bai Qianjun had directly declared war on Chu Kuangren. However, no one responded after a while. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren was sitting in a restaurant. His Taoist heart trembled slightly as if something was resonating with him. He turned a deaf ear to Bai Qianjun's challenge. Chu Kuangren looked into the distance. Something seems to be resonating with me in that direction. What could it be? On the arena, seeing that no one responded to him, Bai Qianjun continued to say loudly, I didn't expect the elder senior brother of the Black Heaven sect to be such a coward. What Kuangren? Why don't you change your name to vile person? How dare you? Lan Yu could no longer sit still. A terrifying surge of Taoist rhyme erupted from his body as he stood up and dashed towards the arena. While Bai Qianjun was laughing on the arena, he suddenly felt a surge of Taoist rhyme locking onto him. Then, a white spear that was wrapped in terrifying light energy was shot towards him. This strike was incomparably powerful. Bai Qianjun's expression changed slightly as he unleashed a sword strike with all his might. The terrifying sword chi collided with the white spear, resulting in a shockwave that caused the surrounding buildings to tremble. Meanwhile, the arena was left with countless craters by the shockwave. Gravel and dust flew everywhere as Bai Qianjun was forced back a few feet. The crowd could not help but gasp. What a powerful attack. Who did it? Look, it's young Emperor Lan Yu. Up in the sky, Lan Yu spread her wings. She was dressed in gorgeous silver-white armor, and her light blue eyes were burning with anger. Her beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost that couldn't be melted. The young emperor's aura was on full display. It's really her, young Emperor Lan Yu. The divine predictor once commented that she's a peerless beauty whose achievements are on par with the emperors of old. Peerless beauty? She lives up to her name. I heard that she's Chu Kuangren's follower. I wonder how Chu Kuangren managed to get her to follow him. It's not just her. Chu Kuangren is also Princess Linglong's fiancé. TSK. She's also a peerless beauty and a young emperor. One is as pure as a goddess, while the other is elegant and beautiful. Not to mention that they're both young emperors. Chu Kuangren's luck with women is just too good. The crowd was in awe of Lan Yu's beauty and strength. Many male cultivators were envious of Chu Kuangren's luck with women. Bai Qianjun was the same. When he saw Lan Yu, he was stunned as well. However, when he remembered that she was Chu Kuangren's follower, he could not help but feel jealous of Chu Kuangren. You're courting death for insulting my master. Lan Yu floated in the air and unleashed a boundless light-based Taoist rhyme towards Bai Qianjun. Does that Chu Kuangren only know how to hide behind a woman? If he's a real man, why don't he come out and fight me? You can't stop yelling. How annoying. At that moment, an indifferent voice came from the inn not far away. Then, a majestic palm strength that contained a majestic Taoist rhyme and a dazzling divine light swept out like an ancient godly mountain. Wherever the palm strength passed, the void rumbled and a terrifying storm was formed. Bai Qianjun's expression changed. He was locked onto by the palm strength and had nowhere to run. He channeled his spiritual power into the long sword in his hand and slashed out. When the sword chi collided with the palm strength, the sword chi was easily shattered. That palm attack landed on Bai Qianjun's body, causing the entire arena to shake violently and huge cracks to spread. Chapter 139. That horrifying palm had sent Bai Qianjun flying into the ring. Everyone who witnessed that scene could not help but gulp in shock. Even an honorable would not be able to block that palm attack so easily. It was too terrifying. It's Chu Kuangren. It's definitely Chu Kuangren. What a horrifying palm attack. A technique that gathers earth chi, and it's definitely a sage ruler technique. I've never seen or heard of such a technique before. That's one of the 10 unparalleled warriors. Yet he was sent flying into the ring by Chu Kuangren? F***CKme. Isn't that a little too strong? Not far away. Feng Ming was speechless when he witnessed that scene. This ring was built with a mixture of dark steel. Even an honorable would not be able to destroy it so easily, yet it was smashed into pieces by a single palm attack. Is this combat strength something a battle monarch should possess? Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted from the ring, sending countless gravel flying everywhere. Bai Qianjun dashed out from the rubble. His hair was disheveled, and his clean white robe was covered in dust. He looked like a mess. Chu Kuangren, you ambushed me. Bai Qianjun stared at the restaurant angrily. You were buzzing around outside like a housefly. Do I have to ask for your permission to kill a housefly? Chu Kuangren's voice came from the restaurant. Then, everyone saw a white-robed figure slowly walk out. His jet-black hair was like a waterfall, and he wore a jade crown on his head. His white robe was peerless, and every move he made was extraordinary. Everyone who saw Chu Kuangren for the first time was stunned. This Chu Kuangren is too extraordinary. I've long heard that he has a peerless appearance and a natural Taoist rhyme around him. He's like an immortal. His reputation is well-deserved. F***ck me, this is what I feel. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to turn gay if I look at him any longer. Oh my God, is this Chu Kuangren? Master, you should only look at paintings. I'm the only one who knows. When one is at the end of his rope, he will not be a man of the mortal world. The ancient poem was not lying. A man as beautiful as jade. Master is peerless. Those who were uneducated could only stare in shock when they saw Chu Kuangren. They would then exclaim, F***ck, this man is too F***king handsome. Some scholars would recite a few lines of poetry to praise it. As for some of the female cultivators, their hearts were pounding as they stared at Chu Kuangren in awe and fascination. To put it bluntly, they were lusting after Chu Kuangren's body. The man who was initially jealous of Chu Kuangren also felt a little ashamed and lamented. No wonder Princess Ling Long and Lan Yu are so loyal to him. It turns out that he's such an extraordinary person. A hint of jealousy flashed across Bai Qianjuan's eyes. Chu Kuangren, you've defeated my junior brother Yuanhong. Today, I shall avenge him. It was you who ambushed me just now. I was careless and fell for it. Now, let's fight face to face. I'll let you see my strength. The Taoist rhymes around him surged, and a large amount of sword qi exploded, forming a giant white sword shadow above his head, exuding an endless amount of sharp qi. The white sword shadow slashed down, as if it was tearing the void apart. Chu Kuangren looked up and lifted his palm. The 5 supreme foundation levels within his body radiated with a divine light, and a surge of spiritual power violently slammed into the void, triggering the earth qi. A majestic surge of Taoist rhyme converged at the center of his palm. That palm strike was earth-shattering. When the palm strike landed on the white sword shadow, the horrifying human mountain strength erupted and attacked the sword shadow. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the incredibly sharp sword shadow. How is this possible? Bai Qianjuan's expression changed, and the spiritual power within his body continuously surged to resist the human mountain stamp's power. However, it was all in vain. The gap between him and Chu Kuangren was too big. Be it in terms of spiritual power or Taoist techniques, they were incomparable. With a loud bang, the white sword shadow suddenly exploded, and the spiritual power and Taoist rhyme dissipated. The horrifying impact once again landed on Bai Qianjuan's body, sending him flying into the street and smashing through a few walls. His whole body lay in the rubble, and his aura was extremely weak. That attack had severely injured him. Face to face, there's no difference, it's just a slap to the face, Chu Kuangren said calmly. In a flash, Chu Kuangren appeared in front of Bai Qianjun like a ray of light, and he grabbed his yin and yang ring. Chu Kuangren, what are you doing? Bai Qianjun struggled to get up, and he stared at Chu Kuangren with a murderous glare. Do you really think you can get away scot-free by provoking me? Bai Qianjun almost vomited blood when he heard that. Chu Kuangren, you've severely injured me. Isn't that enough? I hit you because you really deserved it. As for the price of provoking me, I'll use this yin and yang ring as a replacement. Chu Kuangren played with Bai Qianjuan's yin and yang ring for a while before he put it away. Chu Kuangren, you've gone too far. Bai Qianjun was furious. Elder Lu, come out. From a void, a gray-robed elder walked out. This person was an honorable Taoist protector that the Dharma sect had arranged for Bai Qianjun. Oh, so you're calling for help even though you can't beat me? All right, I'll ask you one more time. Do you dare to fight me? Chu Kuangren looked at Elder Lu. Elder Lu's face instantly turned gloomy, but no matter how displeased he was, he did not make a move. What a joke. He could guarantee that if he dared to fight Chu Kuangren, he would not live for even a second. Did he really think that the seventh forefather was an honorable supreme? Moreover, he had a feeling that, even if the seventh forefather did not make a move, Chu Kuangren could still deal with him, or even kill him. The feeling was so strong that he had to be careful. Brother Chu, you've once visited the Dharma sect, discussed Taoism, and learned techniques from us. Brother Chu, do you really want to go this far without considering our past relationship? That's a different matter altogether. Besides, didn't I already give the Human Mountain stamp to the Dharma sect? I don't owe you anything. If I really want to go this far, do you really think Yuan Hong and him would still be alive? Chu Kuangren pointed at Bai Qianjun. Elder Lu was speechless. All right, this Yin and Yang ring is mine now. Chu Kuangren sighed in his heart. It was not easy for him to nurse his eggs. After that, he turned around and left. Elder Lu, are you really going to let him leave just like that? Bai Qianjun's eyes were filled with reluctance. That Yin and Yang ring was his entire fortune. There was a pile of soul stones and supreme elixirs in it. So what else can we do? If we fight, I'm afraid both of us will die. Elder Lu sighed. D*M. How can he be so strong? Bai Qianjun said unwillingly. He was an ancient sky pride, and ever since he came to this era, his life had been smooth sailing. He did not expect to lose so badly today. He could not even withstand a single attack from Chu Kuangren. That's right. How can he be so strong? Elder Lu could not help but lament. His gaze was extremely complicated. It would be great if this person was from the Dharma sect. Chu Kuangren alone is better than 10 young emperors. Bai Qianjun's expression became even uglier when even his protector had such high praise for Chu Kuangren. At that moment, something strange happened. The sword in Bai Qianjun's hand suddenly vibrated. Chapter 140. A strange fluctuation suddenly spread throughout the entire Sword Prayer City. As if they were summoned, the swords in the city began to vibrate and buzz nonstop. What's going on? My sword is out of control. Me too. I've refined this flying sword for decades, and it's like an extension of my arm. Why is it not under my control now? At the Great Sword Tournament, the ringing of swords pierced the sky. Chu Kuangren, who was about to leave, also felt this fluctuation. In other words, he had already sensed it earlier. But now it was even stronger. The Descendant's self-sword in his sword case was trembling. Chu Kuangren took out the Descendant's self-sword and stroked its blade with his finger to calm it down. After a while, the sword finally calmed down. However, the swords of the other sword cultivators were different. The fluctuation in the distance grew stronger and stronger. Countless sword cultivators' swords flew out of control and hovered in the air. The sword cultivators at the scene were at a loss of what to do. The people of the Feng family looked into the distance, and their expressions changed drastically. That's the direction of the Sky Fire Valley. D*M in it. It's the Sword Soul. Something has happened to the Sword Soul. Far away in the valley, a dazzling sword soared into the sky. Amidst the sword light, a translucent crystal-like longsword materialized and shot toward the Great Sword Tournament. Behind the crystal longsword, several figures were chasing after it. The three people in the lead had extremely powerful auras. The Sword Soul is heading towards the Great Sword Tournament. D*M in it. I didn't expect the Sword Soul to be so powerful that it could tear through our formation. This is going to be troublesome. No matter what, we must get our hands on this Sword Soul. The Sword Soul is heading towards the Great Sword Tournament. This Sword Soul doesn't have a physical body, so it will definitely look for a sword to attach itself to. Lock down the entire Great Sword Tournament and don't let a single person or sword escape. The group of black-robed cultivators discussed among themselves. At that moment, the Sword Soul they were talking about, which was the crystal-like longsword, had arrived at the Great Sword Tournament. The long swords that were hovering in the air seemed to be extremely excited as they leaped towards the crystal-like longsword of their own accord. The crowd had an inexplicable feeling. Now, this group of swords were like hungry ghosts, and the crystal sword was a stunning beauty that could captivate one's soul. Clang, 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 clang. One by one, the long swords rushed towards the crystal long sword, as if they wanted to take this stunning beauty for themselves. However, because there were too many of them, the swords collided with each other, causing sparks to fly. Some of the swords with lower levels and inferior materials were directly broken into several pieces in the consecutive collisions and fell to the ground. The crystal sword dodged left and right among the countless swords, even releasing streams of sword energy to knock away the swords that approached it. Countless swords fought in the sky until their heads bled. The group of sword masters below were dumbfounded. At the same time, their faces were filled with confusion. Only a few knowledgeable sword cultivators could guess what was going on. That's a sword soul. Heavens, why is there a sword soul here? Sword soul. This is an existence that every sword cultivator dreams of. Once the sword soul is subdued and attached to the sword, the grade of the sword will increase rapidly, erupting with unimaginable power. It is even possible for it to become a sovereign weapon. What the hell is going on? The sword soul was a rare spiritual object in the world. In the last 150,000 years, the number of sword souls born could be counted with one hand. Who cares what's going on? Let's get this sword soul first. A sword cultivator made a move. He rushed out and grabbed the sword that belonged to him in the air. He activated his spiritual power, knocked away the other swords, and stabbed at the sword soul. Just as the sword cultivator was about to succeed, he was knocked away by a stream of sword energy. It was another sword cultivator who stopped him. Humph, you want the sword soul? You have to ask me first. That's right, this sword soul is mine. I came to fight for the century-old sword, but I didn't expect to see this sword soul. Haha, this is much more precious than the century-old sword. This trip is not in vain. As long as I get the sword soul, my strength will definitely increase rapidly. I might even be able to upgrade my sword to a sovereign weapon. Damn, if I have a sovereign weapon, who can stop me in this world? What sage orthodoxy? It's all bullshit. All the sword cultivators went crazy. They looked at the sword soul with fiery eyes. To a sword cultivator, the sword soul was even more precious than the primordial emperor's essence. All the sword cultivators rushed up into the sky and retrieved their swords. They surrounded the sword soul and began a battle. Large amounts of sword chi and various kinds of sword-based Taoist rhymes collided in the sky, creating a colorful scene. Who dares to snatch the sword soul of Sword Prayer City? At this moment, the sword-smithing family, the Feng family, also made their move. Feng Xuanzi led his men to fight for the sword soul. He had white hair, but his muscles looked like they were made of molten steel, and he exuded an extremely domineering aura. The surrounding sword chi hit his body and actually produced the sound of metal clashing against metal, shattering one after another. He punched out, creating a terrifying sonic boom in the air, and some swordsmen exploded along with their swords. How is this an old man? He was clearly a Tyrannosaurus in human form. You're the sword soul of Sword Prayer City? Who would believe that? That's right, the sword soul belongs to the strongest. One of the honorable swordsmen said. The sword soul was too tempting for them. Even if the sword soul really belonged to Sword Prayer City, they still had to fight for it. Be asterisk stars if you dare to fight for it. I'll smash your dog heads. Feng Xuanzi was so angry that his eyes were wide open. A domineering Taoist rhyme circulated around his body, making him look extremely terrifying. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. I'm determined to get the sword soul. The fight for the sword soul became more and more intense. A terrifying energy storm swept through the area, destroying several streets nearby. Everything within a 10-kilometer radius was reduced to ruins. Chu Kuangren held the Descendant Self sword in his hand, while Lan Yu stood beside him. They did not join the fight. Master, are we not going to fight for the sword soul? Lan Yu asked. Someone's coming. Chu Kuangren looked into the distance. He and the seventh forefather could sense that there was a large group of people heading towards the Great Sword Tournament, and every single one of them was a swordsman. It seems that the appearance of the sword soul has something to do with this group of people. Chu Kuangren chuckled. He turned to look at the sword soul in the sky, then looked at the crowd of sword cultivators who were going crazy over it. He shook his head. If this group of people continues to fight like this, I don't know how many people will die. Besides, I'm afraid that the sword cultivators who caused the appearance of the sword soul are not here with good intentions. Sigh, it's my fault for being so kind-hearted. In order to avoid casualties, I'll reluctantly accept this sword soul. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword-based Taoist rhyme erupted from Chu Kuangren's body. The sword Qi formed the sword of the heavens above his head, and the green sword Qi lotus bloomed beneath his feet. Then, 12 sword Qi pillars sealed the sky and ground. The 3 Taoist physique transformations were activated at the same time. Chapter 141. Sword-based Taoist rhymes filled the air as the 3 great Taoist physique transformations were activated. The exquisite 9 orifices sword heart resonated with the sword soul, and the sword soul flew towards Chu Kuangren like a swallow flying into a forest. When the other sword cultivators saw that, how could they let the sword soul fall into someone else's hands? They all tried to stop it. If you want the sword soul, you'll have to ask for my permission first. That's right, this sword soul is mine. Even if it's Chu Kuangren, I'll fight for it. The group of sword cultivators tried to stop the sword soul, but before they could even get close to it, a surge of pressure surged towards them from all directions. Everyone, including the honorable swordsmen, were frozen in midair. If you want to snatch it, you'll have to ask for my permission first, Chu Kuangren said calmly. In his 9-heaven sword prison, any cultivator, especially sword cultivators, will be suppressed by him. With his current cultivation level, even an honorable would be the same. All the sword cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They never expected Chu Kuangren to be able to suppress all the sword cultivators. After all, there were more than a dozen honorable swordsmen here, and the other battle monarchs and sword cultivators numbered in the hundreds. As expected of the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart, it's really powerful. Feng Xuanzi's expression turned serious when he saw that. He did not stop it, because he could feel a terrifying aura locking onto him. It was the 7th forefather staring at him. Although the Black Heaven sect and Sword Prayer City were on good terms, Chu Kuangren was too important to the Black Heaven sect. Even if it meant offending the Sword Prayer City, they would still protect him. Whoosh! The crystal sword soul came before Chu Kuangren, circled around him twice, and finally entered the Descendant Self sword in his hand. In an instant, the Descendant Self sword in Chu Kuangren's hand emitted an incomparably dazzling brilliance, and bursts of mysterious Taoist rhymes circulated. Chu Kuangren could clearly feel that the Descendant Self sword was transforming, and it was transforming by leaps and bounds. As if the Descendant Self sword had come to life, it let out a piercing sword hum, and all the sword around it trembled. It was as if they were unwilling, but at the same time, they had a sense of submission. The change lasted for quite a while before the Kunwu sacred sword gradually retracted its brilliance. That white, jade-like sword body looked even more crystal clear. Compared to a sword, the Descendant Self sword now looked more like an exquisite work of art. Taoist rhymes flowed throughout its body. Sage ruler weapon. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. The Descendant Self sword had been upgraded by 2 grades due to the sword soul's attachment, making it a sage ruler weapon. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the power of the sword soul had yet to be fully unleashed. Kunwu still had a lot of room for growth. In addition, the mysterious sword-based Taoist rhyme that came with the sword soul was also very helpful for him to comprehend the sword Tao. Not only could it raise the grade of a sword, but it could also help a sword cultivator comprehend the Taoist aura of the sword. This sword soul was indeed a treasure that a sword cultivator could only dream of. The sword soul has been taken by Chu Kuangren. Damn it, he has the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart, so it makes sense that the sword soul would choose him. He already has a supreme physique of the sword Tao, and now that he has the help of the sword soul, Chu Kuangren's future achievements will be unimaginable. I'm afraid it won't be long before he becomes the #1 swordsman. All the sword Shio's faces were filled with unwillingness. If the sword soul had not fallen into Chu Kuangren's hands, then they could still fight for it. However, since the sword soul was already in Chu Kuangren's hands, they would undoubtedly become enemies with the Black Heaven sect if they tried to fight for it. Although the sword soul was precious, they valued their own lives more. Perhaps the sword soul being in his hands is not a bad outcome. Feng Xuanzi sighed when he saw that. Then a murderous intent shot out from his eyes. The sword soul has always been in the Sky Fire Valley. Now that the sword soul has appeared, something must have happened in the Sky Fire Valley. Who dares to cause trouble in Sword Prayer City? Just when Feng Xuanzi was about to send someone to investigate, he saw a group of masked black figures coming from afar. There were so many of them that they soon surrounded the entire Great Sword Tournament. Whoever has the sword soul, hand it over now, the leader of the masked men said in a hoarse voice. You're the ones who broke into the Sky Fire Valley. Feng Xuanzi stood out and glared at the leader of the masked men. Feng Xuanzi activated his spiritual thought, trying to see through the masked man's identity. However, the masked man was prepared and formed a spiritual thought barrier around his body to prevent others from peeking at him. Not only him, but the others did the same as well. The Sword Prayer City has been forging swords for so many years that a sword soul has been born. It must not have been easy for you to keep such a secret for so many years. However, it's time for this sword soul to find a new owner. The masked man sneered. Yes, you're right. Chu Kuangren's voice came from the crowd. He held the Descendant Self sword and slowly walked to the front of the crowd. Now that the sword soul has found a new owner, it's time for you guys to leave. All the masked men looked at him. To be more precise, they were looking at the Descendant Self sword in his hand. It's the sword soul's aura. The sword soul is inside that sword. Take that sword. It's him, Chu Kuangren. This is going to be tricky. The sword soul had just merged with the Descendant Self sword, and its aura had yet to be fully concealed. However, the masked men immediately sensed the abnormality of the Descendant Self sword. However, some of them knew who Chu Kuangren was, and their gazes turned serious. Chu Kuangren, hand over the sword soul and we'll leave now, the masked man said. It was obvious that he did not want to make an enemy out of Chu Kuangren. What if I don't? Then don't blame us for being rude. The masked men at the scene condensed their aura, and sword chi started to circulate. Every one of them was a sword cultivator, and the weakest among them was at least a nascent soul cultivator. Do you think you guys from the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Steel Sword Sect are enough? Chu Kuangren said calmly. The masked men at the scene were shocked when they heard that. The others looked at each other in dismay. North Sea Sword Pavilion, Steel Sword Sect, it's them. They're the famous sword orthodoxies of the Azure Dragon domain, second only to the Sage orthodoxies. I can't believe they're here to steal the sword soul. How did Chu Kuangren know? The North Sea Sword Pavilion sect leader and the Steel Sword sect leader are both part of the 7 heroes of the Sword Dao. They're both honorable cultivators. Feng Xuanzi's eyes lit up when he heard that. I remember now. Northern Sea honorable swordsmen visited Sword Prayer City and Sky Fire Valley some time ago. That's when you started to scheme for the sword soul, right? Northern Sea honorable swordsmen, you dare to do it, but you don't dare to show yourself? The masked man was silent for a while before he laughed and took off his mask, revealing the face of an ordinary middle-aged man. It really is Northern Sea honorable swordsman. The sword cultivator's expressions changed slightly. The person beside Northern Sea honorable swordsman also took off his mask. It was the sect leader of another honorable orthodoxy, the Steel Sword sect, honorable swordsman of steel. Chu Kuangren looked at the other masked man who still refused to take off his mask and said, They've already shown themselves. My defeated foes. Sword Hoarder, are you still not going to show yourself? Chu Kuangren, with his identity exposed, Sword Hoarder stared at Chu Kuangren hatefully and took off his mask as well. The crowd gasped again. Each of the 7 heroes of the Sword Dao was powerful enough to make a name for themselves, but there were 3 of them gathered here. What a grand occasion. Chapter 142. Even honorable supremes couldn't see through my true identity. But I can't believe you, Chu Kuangren, managed to see through me. It seems like you have some kind of unique perception technique on you, Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman said as he looked at Chu Kuangren. Now that your identities have been exposed, are you guys not going to retreat? No, the Sword Soul is ours, Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman said. Sword chi swirled around his body as a surge of sword-based Taoist rhyme emanated. It was like a tsunami that shook the void. You guys want to go against the Black Heaven sect? Chu Kuangren raised an eyebrow in surprise. He did not expect Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman to be so bold. This is an era of great competition. It's not just you so-called sky prides. Everyone is fighting for opportunities of fortune, resources, and pride. If we're afraid of the slightest thing, we won't be able to reach the peak. I must get the Sword Soul. Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman's eyes lit up. The sword-based Taoist rhyme on his body grew colder. He had reached the level of an honorable supreme. The seventh forefather walked out of the void and looked at Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman. I didn't expect you to break through to the honorable supreme realm. You do have some skills. Black Heaven Sect's seventh forefather, the peerless sword cultivator who dominated the firmament star thousands of years ago. Today, I shall challenge you. Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman saluted and held his sword in front of his chest. His eyes were filled with battle intent. He sent a telepathic message to Honorable Swordsman of Steel and Sword Hoarder. I'll hold the seventh forefather back. I'll leave Chu Kuangren to you guys. All right. Whoosh, Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman immediately dashed towards the seventh forefather. The two Honorable Supremes immediately collided. Two swords collided in the void, emitting a clanging sound. Majestic sword chi was like a flood, sweeping in all directions in an instant. As the Supreme Honorable Swordsman fought, the terrifying energy ripples shook the void. The ground was torn apart, and the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another. Chu Kuangren, hand over the Sword Soul. Sword Hoarder held his sword and attacked Chu Kuangren. The pitch-black long sword in his hand was filled with ferocious chi. As for Honorable Swordsman of Iron, he also made his move. His sword was just an ordinary iron sword, but when he swung it, it was very terrifying. Every move he made had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, causing the void to tremble. You want to hurt our saint? Dream on. The two protectors, Honorable Qing Lan and Old Lady Meng, immediately tried to stop him, but Chu Kuangren beat them to it. Elders, please allow me to handle this myself. Chu Kuangren took a step forward, and his three Taoist physique transformations surrounded him as his battle monarch domain erupted. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying purple sword light that was wrapped in an unstoppable Taoist rhyme surged out and smashed onto the bodies of the two supreme beings. With just one sword, the two supreme martial artists were forced to retreat at the same time. Old Lady Meng and Honorable Qing Lan looked at each other helplessly. Chu Kuangren was so powerful. What else could they do? The job of a Tao protector was too easy. Such a powerful sword chi. Is this the Chu Kuangren whose name shook the world 3 years ago? This kind of strength is indeed shocking. Sword Hoarder was still fine since he had already experienced Chu Kuangren's strength. On the other hand, Honorable Swordsman of Steel, who was fighting Chu Kuangren for the first time, was shocked. He could not help but tighten his grip on his sword. Honorable Swordsman, if you have any skills, please show me. Don't disappoint me. Chu Kuangren stood in the air with his black hair and peerless white robe. He smiled at the two honorable swordsmen with his sword in hand. A single person facing off against two sword paragons. This scene caused many sword cultivators to gulp, feeling that it was a little absurd. It was not like they had never seen Sky Prides before, especially in this era of great battles. Sky Prides were emerging one after another, each more powerful than the last. However, no matter how powerful those Sky Prides were, they could only withstand a few attacks from honorable swordsmen. None of them were like Chu Kuangren, who could force two honorable swordsmen to retreat with just one sword attack. His strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Kill! Sword Hoarder's aura erupted. Together with the Troop Breaker sword in his hand, he was like a ferocious ancient beast as he charged towards Chu Kuangren. His violent sword chi immediately locked onto Chu Kuangren. You look more powerful now that you've changed your sword. Chu Kuangren held the Descendant's Self sword in his hand. The blade trembled slightly, and an incredibly mysterious sword-based Taoist rhyme erupted as he cast the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. The purple sword ray that contained a mysterious Taoist rhyme far surpassed that of the honorable swordsman. It only took an instant for it to shatter Sword Hoarder's outer layer of sword chi. The sword ray then collided with the Troop Breaker sword in Sword Hoarder's hand. With a loud clang, the huge force almost broke Sword Hoarder's arm. He could no longer hold the sword in his hand, and the Troop Breaker's sword flew out of his hand. Chu Kuangren's figure turned into a stream of light. No one could see how he moved, but when he reappeared, he was already holding the Troop Breaker sword in his hand and was carefully examining it. This sword is not bad. It's a ferocious sword. Chu Kuangren was a little surprised. Although the Troop Breaker sword was not a sage weapon, its ferocious chi was stronger than any other sage weapon. Troop Breaker, give me back my Troop Breaker sword. Sword Hoarder's expression was extremely ugly as he channeled his spiritual thoughts to summon the Troop Breaker sword back. However, the Troop Breaker sword in Chu Kuangren's hand continued to tremble. Oh, it's been refined this time. Chu Kuangren chuckled. He then channeled his spiritual power to suppress the Troop Breaker sword. As if the Troop Breaker sword had sensed the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart's aura from Chu Kuangren's spiritual power, the originally trembling Troop Breaker sword suddenly calmed down. It even retracted its ferocious chi and became extremely docile. Chu Kuangren was slightly surprised. The Troop Breaker sword was very powerful, and he thought he would have to spend more effort to suppress it. He did not expect it to be this easy. Not far away, Sword Hoarder kept calling for the Troop Breaker sword, but it was useless. The Troop Breaker sword did not respond at all. How can this be? Sword Hoarder was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He felt like he had been abandoned by the Troop Breaker sword. Even this broken sword has submitted to Chu Kuangren's exquisite 9 orifices sword heart. Sword Hoarder stared at Chu Kuangren, his body trembling and his eyes bloodshot. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. He had high hopes for the Troop Breaker sword. Out of all the swords he had collected, Chu Kuangren had chosen to refine the Troop Breaker sword. He had nurtured the Troop Breaker sword day and night, almost treating it like a lover. But now, the Troop Breaker sword had only just met Chu Kuangren and was immediately attracted to him. It did not care about the friendship between them at all. Although swords did not have hearts, humans did. How could Sword Hoarder not be mad at the sight of this? The surrounding sword cultivators could not help but feel pity for Chu Kuangren. They were also amazed by Chu Kuangren's Taoist physique. The exquisite 9 orifices sword heart really lives up to its name. This physique is very helpful to sword cultivators, but it's a huge threat to other sword cultivators. That's right. The sword cultivators present secretly swore to themselves that if they ever met Chu Kuangren again, they would hide their swords first. Otherwise, they would have nowhere to cry if they lost their swords. Chu Kuangren looked at Sword Hoarder and smiled. You're too generous. A few days ago, you gave me a sword case and a dozen famous swords, and now you're giving me a sword of extreme ferocity. Sword Hoarder could not hold it in any longer. Sword chi surged around his body, and he used his palm as a sword to fight Chu Kuangren. However, a terrifying aura erupted from behind Sword Hoarder. Sword Hoarder, get out of the way! Honorable Swordsman of Steel yelled. He raised the iron sword in his hand high, and a majestic surge of Taoist rhyme and spiritual power erupted, forming a gigantic sword shadow. Chapter 143. The majestic sword shadow locked onto Chu Kuangren and slashed down. That sword attack was extremely terrifying. Even if it was not as powerful as an Honorable Supreme, it was not far from it. Chu Kuangren gripped the Descendant's Self sword tightly and grinned. Now that's more like it. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. Chu Kuangren gripped the sword and swung it in one go. With the help of the sword soul, the Descendant Self-Sword had been upgraded to the level of a Sage Ruler weapon. In addition to the 5 Supreme Foundation levels, Chu Kuangren's spiritual power was no weaker than any honorable. Moreover, his understanding of Dao techniques was too deep. He could easily use Sage Ruler techniques. Although he was only a battle monarch, the power of that sword attack was comparable to an honorable supreme. The blinding sword ray made all the sword cultivators squint unconsciously. The sword-based Taoist rhyme made their scalps tingle. Boom! With a loud explosion, the sword chi collided with the sword chi, setting off a violent shockwave. The ground was easily torn apart, and the surrounding buildings were destroyed like thin pieces of paper. A large number of sword cultivators were sent flying like broken kites, flying back and forth in the air, exclamations and cries of pain ringing incessantly. Watching the show was risky too. Many cultivators in the cultivation world had been killed by the shockwaves of battle. F***ck me run. It's too late. Hey, I'm flying. Oh my god, I was almost killed by the sword chi. The crowd of cultivators panicked. Even some of the honorable swordsmen felt their scalps go numb and their hearts palpitated. Boom! At that moment, a figure flew out from the violent energy storm and instantly landed on the street, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone took a closer look and gulped. The person who flew out was Honorable Swordsman of Steel. As one of the 7 heroes of the swordsmanship world, he was always in the limelight. However, his hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and his luxurious robes were torn to shreds by the sword chi. His appearance could only be described in one word: pathetic. If he were to be described as more pathetic, it would be extremely pathetic. Chu Kuangren, venerable swordsman of iron, gritted his teeth and looked at the sky. All he saw was Chu Kuangren looking down at him. His eyes were calm and emotionless. Compared to Honorable Swordsman of Steel, who was in an extremely sorry state, Chu Kuangren's white robe was as clean as ever. It was as if he was a high and mighty deity. Too weak. These are the 7 heroes of sword doctrine? How disappointing. Chu Kuangren shook his head, his tone filled with disappointment. Then he looked at the other sword cultivators around him and said calmly, I almost forgot there's still you guys. Why aren't you guys attacking? Many sword cultivators from a North Sea, Sword Pavilion, and Steel Sword sect had come, and they were all at least at the nascent soul realm. However, these people were as silent as cicadas in winter. When they saw Chu Kuangren looking at them, each and every one of them trembled in fear. Go! Everyone go! He's just a battle king warrior. We'll be able to exhaust him to death. Sword Hoarder roared. The group of sword cultivators looked at each other. No one dared to step forward. Too terrifying, too terrifying. Even the 7 heroes of the Way of the Sword could hang him up and beat him. And now you're telling me that he's only a battle king? Was it the world that had gone mad, or were they? Honorable Swordsman of Steel, send your people up. He's just a battle king warrior. We can exhaust him to death. Seeing that everyone was stunned, Sword Hoarder could not help but feel exasperated. He then turned around and said to the disheveled Honorable Swordsman of Steel. At that moment, one of the sword cultivators in the crowd suddenly said with a trembling voice, 3 years ago, he killed 100,000 demonic cultivators at the Weeping Demon Mountain. How can we possibly exhaust him to death? As soon as he said that, everyone's body trembled as all the rumors about Chu Kuangren surfaced in their minds. 3 years ago, he was only a Paradise Realm cultivator, yet he was able to kill 100,000 demonic cultivators at the Weeping Demon Mountain. 3 years later, his cultivation base had become even stronger. He was now a battle monarch, while the rest of them did not even have a tenth of his strength, let alone 100,000. How could they possibly exhaust Chu Kuangren to death? Don't give yourself too much credit. Even they could not believe what they were hearing. Is he really that invincible? Sword Hoarder stared at Chu Kuangren in disbelief and murmured with a trembling voice. He could not believe it. Chu Kuangren was just a young cultivator, so how could he possess such terrifying strength? Moreover, he was already so powerful 3 years ago. If he did not go into closed-door meditation for 3 years, the world would have been turned upside down by him. Let's go. Sword Hoarder gulped, not daring to think about the sword soul anymore. He turned around and fled into the distance. However, at that moment, a ray of light streaked across the sky and caught up to Sword Hoarder in the blink of an eye, blocking his path. It was Chu Kuangren. With the phantom light strike, even an honorable would not be able to match his speed. It was impossible for Sword Hoarder to escape. Get out of my way. Seeing that, Sword Hoarder channeled his spiritual power to its limit, and a large amount of sword chi gushed out from his palm. However, he was no match for Chu Kuangren with his sword in hand. Now that he had lost his sword, he did not even have the right to hurt Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren raised his palm and unleashed the human mountain stamp's power, shattering Sword Hoarder's sword chi and slamming him into the ground. Then, Chu Kuangren threw the troop breaker, which pierced through Sword Hoarder's body and pinned him to the ground. Chu Kuangren, let me go. For the sake of the sword case and those swords, please let me go, Sword Hoarder begged in fear. This is the second time you've attacked me. Chu Kuangren came before Sword Hoarder and said indifferently, I was wrong. I won't do it again. There won't be a next time. Chu Kuangren placed his hand on the troop breaker's hilt and channeled the sword chi into Sword Hoarder's body. A large amount of sword chi burst out, and along with bursts of blood mist, Sword Hoarder's body was riddled with holes. One of the 7 heroes of the swordsmanship world had fallen. Not far away, a figure took advantage of Chu Kuangren killing Sword Hoarder to escape. It was Honorable Swordsman of Steel. When the surrounding sword cultivators saw this, their expressions changed, especially the disciples and elders of the Metal Sword sect. They could not believe it. Sect leader, D*M*. The sect leader ran away. D*M*, that shameless bastard. Chu Kuangren pulled out the troop breaker and sneered when he noticed Honorable Swordsman of Steel's escape. Idiot. Honorable Swordsman of Steel, who was escaping, suddenly noticed 2 figures in front of him. It was a beautiful lady and an old lady. Both of them exuded a terrifying honorable aura. D*M*, it's Chu Kuangren's protector. Honorable Swordsman of Steel's face turned pale. Those 2 were Honorable Qing Lan and Old Lady Meng. You think you can leave just because the Bachelor Sage didn't let you? Dream on. Honorable Qing Lan sneered and unleashed a palm attack. A white beam of light shot out and blasted Honorable Swordsman of Steel, who was already heavily injured by Chu Kuangren, backward. Then, a stream of light flashed across the void and arrived before Honorable Swordsman of Steel. Before he could react, he felt a chill on his neck and his life force was rapidly draining away. Before he died, all he saw was Chu Kuangren raising his palm towards him. There was a pitch-black whirlpool on his palm that looked like the mouth of a giant beast. Chapter 144. Every sword cultivator at the Great Sword Tournament was dumbfounded. What did they just see? A battle monarch had killed 2 honorables. Moreover, he did it without a scratch. How could he tell them that he was a battle monarch cultivator? Who the F***CK would believe that? Chu Kuangren is so terrifying. With such combat strength, I'd believe it even if you told me he was an honorable supreme. Battle monarch? Whose battle monarch cultivator is this powerful? That's right, he's too terrifying. Oh my god, the current young emperor, the 10 unparalleled warriors. I don't think even the most outstanding sky prides are as powerful as him. Bai Qianjun was also in the crowd. He looked at Chu Kuangren in the sky and felt his pupils tremble. With such combat strength, Chu Kuangren could definitely kill him with a single slap. Did he just provoke such a powerful being? Bai Qianjun still had a lingering fear at that thought. Is this the person who suppressed all the sky prides 3 years ago? How terrifying. Bai Qianjun's voice was trembling. At first, he thought that no matter how strong Chu Kuangren was, he would at most be slightly stronger than sky prides like Yuan Hong and Gu Chang'e. Now it seemed that he was wrong. They were on a completely different level. Bai Qianjun could not be compared to him. Brother Chu is still as powerful as ever. After 3 years of closed-door meditation, When everyone has forgotten about him, he can still shock the world. Li Xingxin could not help but exclaim. Within his body, the sage ruler remnant spirit was also secretly shocked. This person's combat strength is too terrifying. To be able to kill 2 honorables as a battle monarch cultivator, this is unprecedented in my era. Terrifying? I'm afraid this person will become my greatest enemy in the future. Li Xingxin did not know what the sage ruler remnant spirit was thinking. He was still in awe of Chu Kuangren's strength. Sword Hoarder and Honorable Swordsman of Steel are both dead. Chu Kuangren has such strength. In the distance, Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman, who was fighting with the 7th Forefather, could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman let out a scream and retreated a few dozen feet. It's not easy to reach the supreme venerable plane. You should have been invincible, but you chose to die. What a pity. The 7th Forefather held the green vine sword and looked at the North Sea Venerable Swordsman coldly. Although the other party was also an exalted supreme being like him, he was a veteran exalted supreme being, while the other party had clearly just advanced to this realm not too long ago. If they were to fight, the other party would not be a match for him at all. Supreme Honorable. The Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman laughed bitterly when he heard this. Then his laughter grew louder and louder. Ha ha, the Supreme Honorable Swordsman sounds high and mighty, revered by billions of people. But in front of the sage, he's just an ant. In the era of great battles, the stars shine brightly, but the world is still controlled by the saints. You and I are merely chess pieces in the hands of the saints. Not to mention that there are emperors above saints. Only by becoming an emperor could one break away from everything and rise above all living beings. Since this is an era of great competition, I naturally have to fight for that sliver of opportunity to become an emperor. Even if I die for this, I have no regrets. Northern Sea Venerable Swordsman spoke passionately, moving everyone. A ray of light appeared in front of Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman. Chu Kuangren looked at him indifferently. Of course, you can fight for it in the era of great battles, but the winner takes all. You've lost. Yes, I've lost. But Chu Kuangren, do you really think you can remain invincible forever? Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman gritted his teeth and said, I will suppress all enemies in this world. As soon as Chu Kuangren finished speaking, he raised his arm and channeled his spiritual power. A terrifying and boundless Taoist rhyme emanated, and a large amount of earth chi gathered in his palm. It turned into a majestic, godly mountain that fell towards Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman. That godly mountain was too majestic. It was as if the entire void was about to collapse. Even the cultivators who were far away could feel the immense pressure. Their knees trembled, and their faces turned as white as a sheet. As for Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman, who was previously injured by the 7th Forefather, his entire body was crushed into the ground by the godly mountain. His body exploded, and a large amount of blood mist dyed the ground red. He had fallen. Chu Kuangren had killed another Honorable Swordsman. Sword Hoarder, Honorable Swordsman of Steel, and Northern Sea Honorable Swordsman had fallen one after another. What was there to fight? What was there to fight? They did not even dare to run away now. As long as they were not blind, they could see the 12 towering sword chi pillars that sealed off the surrounding space. They knew that with their cultivation level, they would not be able to escape from Chu Kuangren's 9-heaven sword prison transformation. Now, you guys are the only ones left. After Chu Kuangren had killed the 3 honorables, he looked at the remaining sword cultivators with a playful look on his face. The sword cultivators shuddered and their hearts raced. They knew that the time to decide their fate had come. Leave your yin and yang rings behind and get lost, Chu Kuangren said. The crowd felt a sense of relief, as if they had instantly ascended from hell to heaven. They could not contain their joy. They had survived. They had survived Chu Kuangren's attack. Yes, yes. Thank you, Brother Chu, for sparing our lives. The sword cultivators left their yin and yang rings behind and quickly ran away. Buzz, a ray of sword chi flashed past, and tore a sword cultivator in half. A large amount of blood mist sprayed out, scaring a few sword cultivators to the ground. Chu Kuangren, you went back on your word, one of the sword cultivators said angrily. Chu Kuangren said calmly, I'm a man of my word, but if anyone wants to take advantage of the situation, I won't be merciful. The crowd looked at the person who was killed and realized that he did not take off his yin and yang ring and wanted to leave at the crowd. Only then did they understand what Chu Kuangren meant by taking advantage of the situation. At that moment, those who wanted to do the same immediately gave up on the idea and obediently took off their yin and yang rings before leaving. Not long after, the crowd of sword cultivators quickly left the scene, leaving behind a pile of yin and yang rings on the ground. There were at least 1,000 of them. Chu Kuangren smiled happily and kept all the yin and yang rings. First, he had obtained the sword soul, and now he had harvested a bunch of leeks. It was the right decision to come to Sword Prayer City. Master, are we just going to let them go? Lan Yu looked at the sword cultivators and asked. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly. It's fine. After this battle, their Taoist core has collapsed. From now on, they will respect me like a god. Junior Chu, congratulations on obtaining the sword soul. At that moment, Feng Xuanzi walked in front of Chu Kuangren and said with a complicated look. He knew that even if he asked for the sword soul now, Chu Kuangren would probably not return it to them. Moreover, the sword soul had already recognized its master. As long as Chu Kuangren did not die, the sword soul would forever belong to him. No other sword cultivator could take it away. The sword soul has suddenly appeared. Sword Prayer City must have encountered some trouble. Do you need my help? Chu Kuangren said. After all, he had taken their sword soul, and the Black Heaven sect was on good terms with Sword Prayer City. It was only right for him to help solve some problems for Sword Prayer City. Someone just came to report that the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Steel Sword sect had joined forces to break into Sky Fire Valley to steal the sword soul. Fortunately, there were not many casualties. Thank you for your concern, Feng Xuanzi said. Sword Prayer City has forged many famous swords for generations. Most of the famous swords in the world originate from Sword Prayer City. It can be said that this is the place where swordsmanship is concentrated. Thousands of years ago, a sword soul was born here. Originally, we planned to find a suitable casting material and forge a divine sword for the sword soul. Who would have thought that something like this would happen first? What fate! Chapter 145. The appearance of the sword soul, which was then obtained by Chu Kuangren, made the great sword tournament seem insignificant compared to such a huge event. In the end, Chu Kuangren naturally took the 100-year heavenly starry sword. After all, who else among the sword cultivators present would dare to compete with him? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chu Kuangren kept it because he had the sacred emerald sword case with him anyway. All he needed to do was to nurture the sacred emerald sword case, which was equivalent to nurturing the other treasured swords at the same time. Fellow sword cultivators, other than the Great Sword Tournament, there is another matter that we are preparing to announce to the world. Feng Xuanzi shouted at the sword cultivators at the venue. Everyone looked at him curiously. There are countless famous swords under the heavens, but their owners are all mixed. Our Sword Reverence City has been preparing for many years, and we're preparing to compile 100 sword manuals. The 100 Sword Register lists all the famous swords under the heavens and their owners. Those swords that are listed in the 100 Sword Register are all famous swords and sword owners that have been carefully inspected by the Sword Reverence City. The crowd burst into an uproar. It was said that most of the famed swords in the world originated from the Sword Reverence City. If one were to say who was the most qualified to rank the 100 Sword Spectrum, it would undoubtedly be the Sword Reverence City. The 100 Sword Spectrum will be made public in 3 days, and it will be updated every 10 years. Please look forward to it, Feng Xuanzi announced. Some of the sword cultivators who had planned to leave after the Great Sword Tournament became interested and decided to stay for a while longer. The Great Sword Tournament had come to an end. The 100-sword spectrum was about to appear. When Chu Kuangren returned to the Feng family, he began to take inventory of his loot. His yin and yang ring was filled with piles of yin and yang rings. He could not count everything by himself, so he called Lan Yu along. It took them a whole day to count all the 2,100 universe rings. There were 12. 1 million upper spirit stones, 40 million medium spirit stones, and countless lower spirit stones. As for treasure medicines and medicinal pills, there were countless of them. Aside from keeping a portion of the soul stones for daily expenses, Chu Kuangren threw the rest of the soul stones into the godly phoenix egg. It was Chu Kuangren's first time witnessing the godly phoenix egg absorbing soul stones. The divine phoenix egg hopped to the center of the pile of spirit stones and unleashed a powerful suction force. The spirit chi of the surrounding spirit stones gushed out in a frenzy. It was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. It was not just the spirit stones. Some spirit pills and treasured herbs were also sucked dry of their spirit chi and Dao runes. That scene was comparable to when he used the Tao Tai technique. Even after absorbing all the spirit stones and herbs, the divine phoenix egg still showed no signs of hatching. Why is this thing like a bottomless pit? TSK, looks like there's still a long way to go before we can hatch it. Chu Kuangren lamented. At this moment, Chu Kuangren's descendant self sword moved closer to him and rubbed its hilt against his face, as if it was complaining that Chu Kuangren had neglected it. Fisk, even this sword knows how to act coquettishly. Chu Kuangren placed the descendant self sword horizontally in front of his knees and slowly stroked the blade with his fingertips. The sword trembled slightly and let out a soft hum. Ever since the sword's soul entered his body, the descendant self sword could no longer be treated as a normal sword. Unlike most sage weapons that had spirituality, the descendant self sword now had complete spirituality. Spirituality and spirituality, the difference of a single word was like heaven and earth. In other words, the descendant self sword could now be treated as a person with its own thoughts and attitude. Even when Chu Kuangren placed it in his spiritual mound, it would feel depressed, as if it was locked up in a small black room. Come to think of it, since it had complete spirituality, anyone would feel depressed being kept in a confined space. Helpless, Chu Kuangren could only keep it by his side. Still, I need to find a scabbard, Chu Kuangren murmured. This sword ray was too sharp, and it might hurt someone easily. The next day, Chu Kuangren found Feng Xuanzi and told him about his idea, asking him to make a scabbard. It's not difficult to make a scabbard for the Descendant Self-Sword, but the Descendant Self-Sword is now a sage ruler weapon, and with the sword soul attached to it, its level will definitely increase in the future. I'm afraid an ordinary scabbard is not good enough for it. Moreover, hiding a sword in a scabbard is to hide its sharpness. An ordinary scabbard can't hide the Descendant Self-Sword's sharpness at all, so I need to find a top-notch casting material, which I don't have yet. Feng Xuanzi said helplessly. The cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Even if he was a famous crafting master, he did not have the ability to cast something out of thin air. I see. Chu Kuangren pondered. The Descendant Self-Sword was too extraordinary now, so a scabbard that could go with it would definitely not be an ordinary item. Even if it was a casting material that could be used to cast 100-year-old swords, it was still not enough to make the Descendant Self-Sword scabbard. Got it. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. He took out a dark red spear from his yin and yang ring. It was the sage ruler weapon, the demonic spear of apocalypse, that he obtained in northern Lingdao. When the demonic spear appeared, a strange Taoist rhyme suddenly emanated. Even a strong cultivator like Feng Xuanzi was shocked. What a terrifying spear. This is a sage ruler weapon. Yes, Senior Feng. What do you think about melting it down and using it to cast the Descendant Self-Sword scabbard? Chu Kuangren said. Feng Xuanzi could not help but be shocked by Chu Kuangren's idea. Melting down a sage ruler weapon just to make a scabbard? F***ck me. That was a little too much, wasn't it? As a swordsmith grandmaster, it was his first time seeing something like that. Junior Chu, are you sure you want to do this? This is a sage ruler weapon we're talking about, Feng Xuanzi asked. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly. Isn't it better to use a sage ruler weapon as the descendant's sword scabbard? Besides, I have no use for the spear anyway. It would be a waste to leave it in my yin and yang ring, so I might as well make use of it. But isn't this method of making use of it a little too extravagant? Feng Xuanzi muttered in his heart. If that's the case, then I'll listen to Junior Chu. It's just casting a scabbard, not an entire spear, Feng Xuanzi said. It's fine. I'll take the rest as payment for Senior Feng's help in casting the scabbard. I can't let you work for nothing. I won't hold back then. Feng Xuanzi did not hesitate and agreed right away. He looked at the demonic spear of Apocalypse eagerly. TSK, after so many years of swordsmithing, this is the first time I've melted down a sage ruler weapon to cast a scabbard. This experience must be very novel. As if sensing its fate, the demonic spear of Apocalypse began to vibrate violently, trying to break free from Chu Kuangren's grasp. Humph! Chu Kuangren snorted coldly and channeled his spiritual power to suppress the demonic spear. Smelting the demonic spear of Apocalypse was not an easy task. Even a grandmaster like Feng Xuanzi would need to spend a few days and nights to do it. During that time, the announcement of the 100-sword spectrum was not delayed either. Feng Xuanzi's younger brother, Feng Huzi, took over. On this day, the plaza where the Great Sword Tournament was originally held was filled with people. The crowd was so huge that one could not see the end of it. The scene was not inferior to the Great Sword Tournament, because today was the day the 100-sword spectrum would be announced. Chapter 146. Guess who could be ranked in the 100-sword spectrum? Although this sword manual was compiled by the Sword Reverend City, who knows if they added in their own ideas? If this sword manual doesn't gain everyone's approval, it's no different from a piece of scrap paper. That's right. In the end, it still depends on the quality of this sword manual. In the public square of the Sword Reverend City, countless sword cultivators were discussing fervently. Not long after, the disciples of the Feng clan finally appeared under the expectant gazes of the crowd. They took out a sword manual and hung it on the wall. A huge sword manual appeared in front of everyone. The names of the famed swords and their owners were all listed on it. Everyone immediately looked at the first line of the swordplay manual. That was the first position. Number 1 in the 100-sword spectrum. Kunwa sword. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Have you heard of the Kunwa sword? It's a little unfamiliar, but also a little familiar. Who is the sword master? Nonsense. How can I not be familiar with him? We've just seen this sword before. It's the one in Chu Kuangren's hand. The one with the sword soul. Yes. The wielder of the descendant's self-sword, Chu Kuangren. Is it really him? Many sword cultivators pondered. It was reasonable to say that the Kunwu sword, which had integrated with the sword soul, was the best sword in the world. However, the 100-sword spectrum was not only ranked by the quality of the swords, but also by the strength of the sword owner. Chu Kuangren could be ranked as the best swordsman in the world. Everyone was doubtful. However, when he recalled how Zhang Xian had defeated the 7 heroes of the Way of the Sword a few days ago, he couldn't help but shudder. He was starting to believe in Zhang Xian. Damn it, this guy can't be treated as an ordinary member of the younger generation. He's ranked first, and I'm speechless. Quick, look who's in second place. The 100-sword spectrum is ranked second, the Imperial Sun Sword. Its wielder is Murong Feng, the Black Warrior region's revered swordsman Murong. This person is a supreme, revered martial artist. The Imperial Sun Sword in his hand has defeated countless revered swordsmen over the years. In third place is Honorable Xianqi's Purple Star, the number 1 honorable swordsman in our Azure Dragon domain. I can't believe he's ranked behind Chu Kuangren. The crowd continued to read along the 100 swords register, and the names of the famous swords and their owners gradually came into view. Aside from the fact that Chu Kuangren was ranked first, which was still controversial, the rest of the rankings were acknowledged by many. The value of this 100-sword spectrum was very high. It was conceivable that if the 100-sword spectrum were to be circulated, it would definitely cause a great sensation in the world, especially in the world of swordsmanship. Among the crowd, Chu Kuangren had also seen the 100-sword spectrum. When he saw the sword masters on it, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He discovered that among the 7 heroes of the sword, who were very famous in the Azure Dragon domain, apart from venerable swordsmen of 1,000 cries who managed to squeeze into the top 30, the rest were all ranked outside the top 50 in the 100-sword spectrum. The standard of this 100-sword spectrum is indeed very high, but I don't think it's appropriate for Chu Kuangren to take first place. At that moment, a sword cultivator could not help but voice out his doubts. I admit that Chu Kuangren is very strong, but there are so many strong swordsman cultivators in this world. If even his honorable teacher is only ranked 3rd, how can he be ranked 1st? A disciple from the Feng clan said, "The clan master said that fellow Taoist Chu's Kuan Wu sword is the only famous sword in this world with a sword soul. Just based on this, it is qualified to be ranked number 1. A sword with a sword soul was too rare. One could not find a second one in this world. Sword Prayer City had been forging swords for generations, so it would be unreasonable for such a famous sword to not be ranked number 1. Such an explanation was not out of the crowd's expectations, and the crowd's doubts were then put to rest. After the 100-sword spectrum was announced, it gradually spread out. Chu Kuangren's ranking as number 1 caused quite a stir. After some investigation, people also found out that he had consecutively killed the 7 heroes of the sword in Sword Prayer City. Although it was shocking, the 100-sword spectrum's number 1 title was too much of a concern, and many people still found it hard to believe. Chu Kuangren actually knew about this in his heart. However, he did not care. Not convinced. Then come and fight him. Who's afraid of who? Unless it was a sage, Chu Kuangren was confident that he could even fight an honorable supreme in front of him with a Kuan Wu sword. This is the Kuan Wu sword scabbard. On this day, Chu Kuangren received the scabbard sent by Feng Xuanzi. The scabbard was pure white and engraved with beautiful patterns. The half-melted demonic spear has finally completed the task of forging this scabbard. Little friend, would you like to try it? Feng Xuanzi said. Sure. Chu Kuangren nodded and took out the Kuan Wu sword. The moment the sword appeared, an uncontrollable sharp qi permeated the air. The surrounding air seemed to be filled with countless tiny swords, and even Feng Xuanzi felt like his skin was being cut. TSK, if this sword didn't have a scabbard, it would definitely be very eye-catching. Feng Xuanzi was amazed. He also noticed that the Kuan Wu sword's qi was stronger than it was a few days ago. This sword was still evolving. Even if it was slow, it was still happening. Chu Kuangren sheathed the Kuan Wu sword into the scabbard. Suddenly, the sharp qi in the air dissipated, and the sword and scabbard fit seamlessly. It was perfect. The Kuan Wu sword gently trembled, very satisfied with the scabbard. It was like a beautiful young lady who had received a set of beautiful clothes. It's very fitting. Thank you, Senior Feng. Haha, there's nothing to thank me for. I've taken the rest of the demonic spear's materials. I've earned a lot too. Feng Xuanzi laughed. Ha! Chu Kuangren laughed and continued to chat with Feng Xuanzi. Suddenly, Chu Kuangren and Feng Xuanzi seemed to have sensed something. They looked into the distance and saw a burst of light, and waves of Taoist rhymes reverberated in the sky. I, Whitelock, shall preach to the people in 7 days. An indifferent voice echoed throughout half of the Azure Dragon domain. The whole domain was shocked. Even Chu Kuangren was surprised. A sage had appeared. Whitelock Sage is going to preach again, Feng Xuanzi exclaimed. Chu Kuangren's heart skipped a beat. Again, yes, Whitelock Sage is different from the other sages. He will appear every once in a while and preach for the welfare of the people. The last time he preached was 100 years ago. I see. Chu Kuangren was a little interested. Are there any conditions to listen to the sage's preaching? Of course. As the saying goes, Taoism cannot be taught easily. Without a certain level of cultivation and understanding of Taoism, one can't listen to the sage's preaching. If one forcefully listens to the sage's preaching, even their Taoist core may be affected. Feng Xuanzi said. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly and said, a sage's preaching is a grand event. Besides, there are some things that I'd like to ask the sage for. Senior Feng, I shall take my leave now. All right, I won't keep you. Listening to the sage's preaching was an opportunity of fortune, so Feng Xuanzi naturally would not hold Chu Kuangren back and ruin his opportunity of fortune. The news of the sage's preaching spread throughout the world in just a day. Many cultivators rushed to the sage's Taoist grounds. Whitelock Sage is preaching again. Let's go and listen. My cultivation wasn't strong enough last time, so I couldn't listen to the sage's preaching. This time, I can't miss it. Chapter 147. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a legendary attribute, Boulder Taoist Core. On this day, Chu Kuangren drew his gacha, as usual on the ferry boat. He was slightly surprised when he saw the prize. Even with the lucky halo, it was still rare for him to draw a legendary item. His luck was off the charts when he drew the immortal godly phoenix the last time. After drawing the Boulder Taoist Core, Chu Kuangren did not feel any obvious changes. He only received some information about the attribute. The Boulder Taoist Core, as the name suggested, meant that the Taoist heart was as firm as a rock and could not be moved. It was a very useful attribute. There is a saying in the cultivation world that techniques were easy to learn, but the Taoist heart was hard to cultivate. The Taoist heart was very important to a cultivator. A cultivator with a strong Taoist heart might not be able to reach the peak in the future, but every powerful cultivator who stood at the peak would have a strong Taoist heart. Seventh Forefather, do you know anything about this Whitelock Sage? Chu Kuangren asked on the ferry boat. The seventh forefather appeared and nodded. Whitelock Sage is quite famous in Firmament Star. Of course I know about him. This person does not belong to any orthodoxy, but he would preach to the masses every once in a while and has accumulated a lot of merit points. Many powerful cultivators have listened to this person's preaching. It's no small matter that he has students all over the world. Chu Kuangren noticed a phrase that the seventh forefather mentioned and asked, "Preaching to the masses can accumulate merit points?" The seventh forefather nodded. Of course, but only the first preaching is the most effective. That's why many sages preach to the masses when they become sages to accumulate merit points. Later on, it gets lesser. It's very rare to see someone like Whitelock Sage who preaches to the masses every once in a while. He's probably the only one in this world. Chu Kuangren nodded. That's interesting. Does he have a purpose for accumulating merit points? Although merit points are mysterious, ordinary merit points are useless to sages unless it's a huge amount of merit points. I guess Whitelock Sage just likes to collect it. Perhaps. Chu Kuangren stopped thinking about it. The place where Whitelock Sage preached was located in a mountain range. Due to Whitelock Sage's presence, the mountain range was also called Whitelock Mountain. Currently, the White-Browed Mountain was packed with people and bustling with activity. The Great Sword Tournament paled in comparison to it. After all, the Great Sword Tournament only attracted sword cultivators, while the Sage's Tao lecture attracted cultivators from all over the world. There were even quite a few supreme beings among them. Look, it's Ao Chong from the Holy Land of Serene Wisdom. At this moment, an immortal boat arrived, attracting the attention of many people. Everyone looked over and saw a few cultivators from the Holy Lands of Serene Wisdom disembarking from the ferry boat. Leading them was young Emperor Ao Chang. As a young emperor, Ao Chang's reputation was even greater than some of the honorable ones. His appearance attracted a lot of attention. Not only Ao Chang, but also Gu Chang'e and Yuan Hong. Xiang Valley's Lin Badian is here too. A few young emperors from the sage orthodoxies took the stage one after another. Many people immediately started discussing. I didn't expect these young emperors to come and listen to the sage's preaching. That's normal. Even a young emperor wouldn't miss out on such an opportunity. Aren't they from the sage orthodoxy? There should be a sage behind him. Why did he come here to listen to the white-browed sage's Tao lecture? Idiot! Haven't you heard of this saying? Who said that a sage in one's own orthodoxy can't listen to another sage's preaching? That's true. Buzz at this moment, a bolt of lightning dashed towards them from afar and turned into a blue-haired young man in a white robe. An extremely powerful aura spread in the air. There were fine electric arcs dancing in the air, scaring many cultivators. Who is this? Why is he so arrogant? Shoo, lower your voice. This is the ancient sky pride of the Thunder Falcon tribe, Lei Mingtian. He's also a young emperor and the first one to obtain the emperor's essence. His combat power is even stronger than Ao Chong and the others. Yes, don't offend him. This person is very overbearing and has the backing of the sacred tribe. He's not to be trifled with. At this moment, a blood-red light burst out from the crowd. A young man in a blood-red robe slowly walked towards Lei Mingtian. The two of them stared at each other, and their auras clashed. The appearance of this person shocked many people. It's the young emperor of the Yiksha tribe, Spirit Bloodchild. Tisk Tsk. Among the young emperors of the Azure Dragon domain, Spirit Bloodchild is probably the only one who could be compared to Lei Mingtian. Rumor has it that the two of them fought last year. Although I don't know who won, it seems like they don't have a good relationship. The surrounding cultivators were waiting to watch the show. Some of the honorable ones were also curious about the level of these young emperors. Why, Spirit Bloodchild, do you want to fight again? Lei Mingtian asked coldly. Spirit Bloodchild's devilish face revealed a smile. I haven't seen you for so long, but you're still as overbearing as ever, Lei Mingtian. If you want to fight, I'll gladly oblige. Spirit Bloodchild's aura surged, and he showed no signs of backing down. My friends, this is Whitelock Mountain, where the sages reside. Please restrain yourself, Wu Qinzi said calmly. Spirit Bloodchild's eyes flashed. Although he did not show any signs of backing down, he did not take another step forward either. Lei Mingtian, on the other hand, glared coldly at Wu Qinzi. What right do you have to talk to me like that? I'm just reminding you. Don't you think you've gone overboard with your words? Wu Qinzi was a little angry. Oh, is that so? Lei Mingtian suddenly raised his hand and a violent lightning-based Taoist rhyme erupted. Without saying a word, he threw a punch. Wu Qinzi's expression changed slightly as he channeled his spiritual power to defend himself. However, when the two forces collided, Wu Qinzi was forced back dozens of feet. Fine electric arcs danced on his body as he was injured in one move. Lei Mingtian's strength shocked the crowd. Even Wu Qinzi was surprised. They were both young emperors, but Lei Mingtian's strength was at least one level higher than his. Gu Chang'e, Yuan Hong, Ao Chong, and the other young emperors were stunned, and their expressions became extremely serious. This Lei Mingtian's strength cannot be underestimated. I'm afraid he's on par with an honorable. If I were to fight him, my chances of winning are not high. He's indeed the first young emperor to obtain the emperor's essence. I'm afraid that not many young emperors can match his understanding of the Tao. Ao Chong and the others thought to themselves. After Lei Mingtian injured Wu Qinzi in one move, his expression became even more arrogant. Do you think people like you are worthy of being called young emperors? It's a waste for the primordial emperor's essence to be used on you. His words were not only directed at Wu Qinzi, but also at Ao Chong, Yuan Hong, and the others. The young emperor's expressions turned ugly in an instant. They glared at Lei Mingtian with anger in their eyes. Even the guardians behind them were furious. However, this was a matter between the younger generation, so it was not appropriate for the guardians to intervene. Moreover, Lei Mingtian's guardian was also secretly watching them. Damn it, I really hope that someone will come out and teach this Lei Mingtian a lesson. He's so infuriating. One of the guardians cursed in the void. The other guardians could not help but smile bitterly. Although they also disliked Lei Mingtian, they had to admit that he was strong. Among the sky prides present, only Shui Lingzi could stand up to him. Chapter 148. Just as young Emperor Lei Mingtian was acting arrogantly, in the sky above Whitelock Mountain, a ferry boat arrived, and a man and a woman slowly walked down from it. Both of them were peerlessly beautiful. Upon seeing these two, Gu Chang'e and the other young emperor's expressions changed slightly. They stared at the newcomer with fear in their eyes. This scene was noticed by many cultivators. Everyone was stunned. Even when Lei Mingtian was so domineering, Gu Chang'e, Ao Chong, and the others were only wary of him. How could they be afraid of this newcomer? By the heavens, who is this person? Many people were bewildered. However, some of them recognized the newcomer. It's him, the Black Heaven sect's elder senior brother, Chu Kuangren. The crowd was in an uproar. Chu Kuangren had been in closed-door meditation for 3 years, but he had defeated several young emperors the moment he came out. Coupled with the fact that he had obtained the Sword Soul in Sword Prayer City and was ranked #1 in the 100-sword spectrum, his fame in the Azure Dragon domain was unparalleled. It's been 3 years. This guy has finally appeared. I didn't believe it when they said that Chu Kuangren has a godly appearance, but now that I've seen him, he really does live up to his reputation. He's so extraordinary. Chu Kuangren is here too. This is going to be even more exciting. Some of the Sky Pride's protectors could not help but shudder when they saw Chu Kuangren. They could vaguely sense a sense of danger. Compared to 3 years ago, he's even more terrifying now. After 3 years of closed-door meditation, how strong is he now? Many of the protectors thought to themselves. Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu arrived in front of the crowd and smiled. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Unlike Lei Mingtian's domineering entrance, Chu Kuangren was extremely polite. Coupled with his already handsome face, many people immediately liked him. Some of the female cultivators were even dazzled by him. They're all Sky Prides, but why is there such a huge gap between them? Look at how polite Brother Chu is. He's not as rude as some people. Yeah, that's rare. Wow, Brother Chu is so handsome, and he looks so gentle too. I love him so much. Greetings, Brother Chu. I've admired you for a long time. Now that I've seen you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Truly admirable. Everyone greeted Chu Kuangren one by one, and they were very friendly towards him. People were afraid of comparisons. Lei Mingtian's entrance was so domineering that many people were dissatisfied with it. On the other hand, Chu Kuangren was like a spring breeze, which naturally made him popular. You're Chu Kuangren. Lei Mingtian frowned as he stared at Chu Kuangren. His voice was laced with a hint of coldness. Chu Kuangren was puzzled. That's me. You were the one who killed the young emperor of the Thunder Falcon tribe. Although that young emperor was nothing special, he was still a rare genius of the Thunder Falcon tribe. I think you'll have to pay for this, Lei Mingtian said in a chilling tone. After he woke up, he had a general understanding of the Thunder Falcon tribe situation. He had also learned about the things that Chu Kuangren had done. Upon hearing Lei Mingtian's words, Chu Kuangren came to a sudden realization. He then chuckled and said, So, you're from the Thunder Falcon tribe. No wonder there's a foul stench in the air. So it's because of you, a feathered beast. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. No one expected Chu Kuangren to scold Lei Mingtian right off the bat. Not only did he scold him, but he also dragged the entire Thunder Falcon tribe into it. What happened to being a handsome gentleman? Ao Chong, Lin Batian, and the other Sky Prides were not surprised at all. It was obvious that this situation was within their expectations. Gentle? Handsome gentleman? It's all an illusion. When this guy gets cocky, no one can compare to him. Lin Batian snorted. I can't believe that Lei Mingtian dared to provoke this madman. He's going to suffer. Yuan Hong shook his head and sighed. He looked at Lei Mingtian with a hint of pity. They were all Sky Prides who had fought against Chu Kuangren before, so they knew better than anyone how powerful this madman was. It was true that Lei Mingtian was strong, but in their eyes, he was nowhere near Chu Kuangren. They might not even be on the same level. You're courting death. Lei Mingtian's expression darkened. His figure turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of Chu Kuangren in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that not many people could react in time. All they saw was Lei Mingtian unleashing a punch. His knuckles crackled with the power of lightning as he punched towards Chu Kuangren's chest. That punch pierced through Chu Kuangren's body. Lei Mingtian was delighted. Chu Kuangren is just so. Wait. Before Lei Mingtian could smile, he realized that the Chu Kuangren that he had punched did not feel real at all. All he saw was Chu Kuangren vanishing into thin air. An afterimage? I can't believe his speed is so fast. Lei Mingtian was shocked. He then used his spiritual thought to search for Chu Kuangren, only to find out that he had appeared behind him. Lightning surged around Lei Mingtian's body, and he turned into a ray of lightning again. "Your speed is not bad," Chu Kuangren said calmly before he used the phantom light strike technique. The crowd could only see two rays of light colliding in midair. Each time they collided, a terrifying shockwave would erupt. Both of them were too fast. Even the honorables could only see a blurry image. Boom! At that moment, a ray of light was smashed down from midair, and a huge crater was formed on the ground. The surrounding cultivators quickly dodged it. The crowd looked closely and saw that the person lying in the crater was Lei Mingtian. His hair was disheveled, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Chu Kuangren, who was in midair. Chu Kuangren, on the other hand, was standing in midair, fiddling with his fingers. A terrifying human mountain Taoist rhyme still lingered on his fingertips. It was obvious that Lei Mingtian was at a disadvantage in the previous battle. "What did you say just now? You want me to pay the price? I'm curious. Who gave you the courage to say that?" Chu Kuangren put down his hand and looked down at Lei Mingtian, who was lying in the dust. The crowd noticed that there was a sword hanging on his waist. It was an incomparably white and gorgeous longsword. They all knew that Chu Kuangren was an expert in swordsmanship, and the descendant self-sword in his hand was a peerless divine sword that was fused with his sword soul. However, Chu Kuangren had already suppressed Lei Mingtian without even drawing his sword. If he were to draw his sword, how strong would his combat strength be? Chu Kuangren. Lei Mingtian gritted his teeth, and the lightning energy that flashed on his body became more violent and intense. It was as if his entire body was wrapped in a huge ball of lightning. Boom! A terrifying lightning-based Taoist rhyme instantly erupted, turning into a thick lightning pillar that was blasted out with mysterious runes circulating within it. Child's play. Chu Kuangren lifted his hand and slammed it down. The terrifying human mountain strength suddenly erupted, shattering the lightning pillar. Then he pressed down with his palm again, and an incredibly majestic earth chi erupted, condensing into an ancient godly mountain that fell towards Lei Mingtian. The human mountain strength was incredibly majestic, and its chi was locked onto Lei Mingtian, making it impossible for him to evade. In the face of such a powerful attack, Lei Mingtian tried his best to defend himself, and the violent lightning struck the godly mountain one after another. Chapter 149. As the power of the human mountain gradually dissipated, Lei Mingtian was lying on the ground with his bones broken and blood flowing nonstop. He had been severely injured in just one move. He wanted Chu Kuangren to pay the price, but he did not expect to be beaten half to death in just a few moves. Lei Mingtian's protector's expression changed drastically. He quickly appeared and guarded Lei Mingtian while staring at Chu Kuangren warily. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. He had guessed that Chu Kuangren was strong, but he did not expect him to be this strong. Chu Kuangren had severely injured Lei Mingtian in just a few moves, and he did not even use his strongest sword Dao technique. It was too terrifying. Even some of the older honorables might not have such combat strength. The other cultivators were also shocked, especially the Sky Pride's protectors. Although they were happy to see Lei Mingtian in such a miserable state, they were more afraid of Chu Kuangren's current strength. How were their Sky Prides supposed to fight against such an existence? How could they possibly win against him? At that moment, the clouds in the distance rumbled, and a little Taoist boy in a Taoist robe with his hair tied into a bun slowly walked towards them. This Taoist boy did not seem to have a high cultivation level, as he was only in the Paradise Realm. However, his body was glowing, and he was wearing all sorts of treasures. The horsetail whisk in his hand was a rare sage weapon. Everyone could not help but feel a burning desire in their eyes. They could not wait to strip the little Taoist boy clean and take all the treasures for themselves. However, what the little Taoist boy said next made everyone give up on that idea. "My teacher is waiting inside. Please follow me," the little Taoist boy said to the crowd. As long as they were not stupid, they could guess who the teacher he was referring to was. It was the sage of Whitelock Mountain. This little Taoist boy was one of the sage's people. The crowd followed the little Taoist boy into the depths of Whitelock Mountain, including Chu Kuangren. He did not even look at Lei Ming-Tian, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. To him, Lei Ming-Tian was like a pebble by the roadside. If it was in his way, he could just kick it away. No one would fight to the death with a pebble. Not far away, A.O. Chong, Lin Batian, and the others could not help but sympathize with Lei Ming-Tian when they saw that. The only reason they were still alive was not because Chu Kuangren could not kill them, nor was it because Chu Kuangren was afraid of starting a war between the orthodoxies. It was because they were insignificant to Chu Kuangren. Whether he killed them or not depended on his mood. Thinking of this, the few of them looked at each other with sorrow in their hearts. The most devastating thing in this world was to treat the other party as a lifelong enemy, but the other party didn't even take you seriously. This was especially the case for geniuses like A.O. Chong and Yuan Hong. To them, this was worse than death. Following the little Taoist boy, the group gradually entered the depths of the mountain range. But gradually, they realized that something was wrong. The deeper they went, the heavier their footsteps became. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to move. Some supreme martial artists who had been here before were not surprised by this situation. We're already within range of the Thousand Mountain Formation. A supreme being muttered, "What's a Thousand Mountain Formation?" Some cultivators were confused. The Thousand Mountain Formation is a formation set up by the sage. If you want to listen to the sage's Taoist teachings, you must first pass through this formation. That's right. The Thousand Mountain Formation only covers a radius of 1,000 feet, but every 10 feet is an additional mountain's force. That's why it's called the Thousand Mountain Formation. Even an honorable would find it difficult to pass through this formation. Some of the honorables who had been here before explained. Someone curiously looked at the little Taoist boy who was skipping around in front of them. Then why is he fine? He's just a Paradise Realm cultivator. Nonsense. He's a follower of the sage. How could the Thousand Mountain Formation affect him? Some cultivators noticed that the horsetail whisk in the little Taoist boy's hand was circulating with Taoist rhymes, helping him to offset the Thousand Mountain Formation's force. The Thousand Mountain Formation was only 1,000 feet wide. Most cultivators could cross 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye, but it was difficult for them to move an inch. Some of the weaker cultivators were immediately pressed to the ground the moment they stepped into the Thousand Mountain Formation. They could not even move a finger. Those who could walk were mostly cultivators above the Paradise Realm. Even so, it was extremely difficult for them to walk as their spiritual power was being depleted rapidly. The most infuriating thing was the little Taoist boy who was leading the way. Not only was he not affected by the Thousand Mountain Formation at all, he was even playing along the way. He was either chasing butterflies or squatting down to look at bugs and flowers. An hour passed, but they had only walked 2,000 feet. One had to know that every second they spent in the formation was an additional portion of spiritual power. Little Taoist boy, can you walk faster? One of the cultivators could not help but ask. The little Taoist boy replied without turning his head, "What's the hurry? The path ahead is even more difficult. If you can't take it anymore, then don't continue." The Thousand Mountain Formation added an additional mountain with every 10 feet. They were not even halfway through. If they could not take it anymore, it would be even more difficult later on. Everyone felt helpless when they heard that. That was true, but if they continued to deplete their spiritual power like that, it would be even more impossible for them to continue on. "Hey, it's a phoenix-tailed butterfly." Just then, the little Taoist boy exclaimed when he saw a golden butterfly. He immediately ran up to it to catch it, but the butterfly flapped its wings and flew away. The little Taoist boy did not give in and immediately chased after it. The phoenix-tailed butterfly danced in the air before it finally stopped on a slender, fair finger. The little Taoist boy looked over and was shocked to see that Chu Kuangren had let the phoenix-tailed butterfly land on his finger without doing anything. Chu Kuangren smiled and handed the butterfly to the little Taoist boy. However, the little Taoist boy did not take it and only stared at him blankly. Little brother, the butterfly is going to fly away if you don't take it, Chu Kuangren said. The little Taoist boy then reacted and put his palms together to hold the butterfly in his palms. After taking a closer look at it, he released it. He then looked at Chu Kuangren and said, "Big brother, you're so handsome. Even my master and the others aren't as handsome as you. Little brother, we can't let the sage wait for too long. Can we walk faster?" Chu Kuangren smiled. "All right then. Big brother, the road ahead is going to be tough. If you can't walk anymore, just hold my hand. With the horsetail whisk from my master, this formation won't work on you anymore," the little Taoist boy said proudly. He even opened the back door for Chu Kuangren in front of everyone. That made many cultivators' mouths twitch and their hearts fill with jealousy. D***M in it. A good-looking person is always popular everywhere. This Chu Kuangren is too handsome. He won't even let a little kid go, one of the cultivators lamented. In fact, the little Taoist boy was not only attracted to Chu Kuangren's good looks, but he was also attracted to Chu Kuangren's banished immortal aura. The little Taoist boy was born pure and kind, so he instinctively felt close to this kind of aura that made him feel comfortable, just like how the butterfly got close to Chu Kuangren. The little Taoist boy quickened his pace, and the crowd followed. Soon, they had walked through half of the Thousand Mountain Formation. However, the further they walked, the stronger the formation's energy became. More and more people could not take it anymore. In the end, there were less than 5,000 people who could walk through the Thousand Mountain Formation and reach the sage's palace. Chapter 150. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I'm really tired. This Thousand Mountain Formation is too hard to walk. It's not easy to listen to a sage's Taoist preaching. In front of the sage's palace, almost half of the 5,000 people were lying on the ground, exhausted to the point of death. Even sky prides like Gu Chang'e and Ao Chong were panting slightly. It was obvious that they had used up a lot of energy and spiritual power. "Lan Yu, are you all right?" Chu Kuangren looked at Lan Yu, who was beside him. Her forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat as well. "I'm fine. Big brother, you're amazing." At that moment, the little Taoist boy walked up to Chu Kuangren and said, "Your cultivation level is similar to theirs, but you're not tired at all." He pointed at Ao Chong, Lin Batian, and the other sky prides nearby. The faces of these people darkened. "This brat, why does he have to say it out loud? Maybe they're weak." Chu Kuangren smiled. Although they were in the same cultivation realm, their foundations were too far apart. Ao Chong and the others could not compare to him at all. Their faces turned even uglier when they heard him. They cursed in their hearts. "You're the weak one. Your whole family is weak." The crowd rested for a while before they looked at the majestic palace in front of them. Below the palace was a staircase that looked like it was made of white jade. The crowd gradually became excited. "Is this the place where the sage preaches? The sage will face it here. Let's hurry up and get a good spot." "That's right. Let's go." Some of the cultivators could not hold back their excitement and quickly stepped onto the staircase. However, after a few steps, they stopped where they were. Their faces were either filled with fear or ecstasy. What's wrong with them? Some of the cultivators who wanted to step onto the staircase immediately stopped and looked at the cultivators who seemed to be behaving strangely. The little Taoist boy said, "If you want to listen to the sage's Taoist preaching, you must not only pass the Thousand Mountain Formation, but also the mental staircase. There are 72 steps in the mental staircase. It can create all kinds of illusions to confuse you. If your Taoist core is not strong enough, you may fall into the illusion and be unable to extricate yourself. There are only two outcomes in this situation. The first is to be forcefully awakened by an external force. The second is to exhaust the spiritual power until the physical body dies." The little Taoist boy said with a smile. However, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Walking on a mental staircase was actually life-threatening. "The sage won't just watch us die, right?" A cultivator swallowed his saliva and said, "There, look over there." The little Taoist boy pointed to the side of the palace. Everyone looked over and saw a pile of bones. Everyone had their own guesses. Those are the people who couldn't pass the test of the mental staircase and eventually succumbed to the illusion and died, the little Taoist child said. F***, I'm really going to die. Everyone looked at the stairs and felt a little scared. A sage's lecture was indeed a good opportunity, but no matter how good an opportunity was, it would not be worth it if he lost his life. For a moment, many people had already begun to give up. Chu Kuangren shook his head and laughed. The mental staircase, the staircase that tests one's Taoist core. What a coincidence. Young master, I'll give it a try, Lan Yu said. Then, her figure flashed as she stepped onto the mental staircase. She took 36 steps in a row and only slowed down on the 41st step. The illusions were starting to affect her. This sister's Taoist core is so strong. Even an honorable can't walk as fast as her, the little Taoist child said in surprise. Even a woman like her has such a strong Taoist core. I'm a man, but I'm so scared. How embarrassing. One of the cultivators gritted his teeth and rushed up the stairs. That's right. Cultivation has always been a matter of defying the heavens and changing one's fate. If we're always so overcautious, we might as well go home and farm. It's just a mental staircase. I don't believe I can't get on it. My Taoist core won't allow me to retreat. Some of the cultivators cheered themselves on before they stepped onto the mental staircase one by one to begin the test. Ao Chong, Gu Chang'e, Lin Batian, and the others also went up. Some of the honorables seemed to be at ease. Perhaps their Taoist core was already extraordinary, or perhaps they had listened to the sage's Taoist preaching and experienced the mental staircase before. A large group of cultivators went through all kinds of illusions on the mental staircase. They all had different expressions on their faces. Some were terrified when they faced the things that they feared the most, while some were ecstatic when they fantasized about the glory of the world. One could see all kinds of emotions in life on the mental staircase. Chu Kuangren even saw a male cultivator pouting while hugging another male cultivator next to him and nibbling on him. The only thing missing was his clothes. It was obvious that he was mesmerized by some kind of illusion. Big brother, aren't you going to give it a try? The little Taoist child asked. I'll wait a little longer. Big brother, don't worry. I'll be here watching. If you can't get out of the illusion, I'll wake you up. The little Taoist child was thinking of opening the back door for Chu Kuangren again. There's no need for that. I just want to wait for that sister to finish before I go up, Chu Kuangren said as he looked at Lan Yu's back. He had to watch first to ensure that nothing bad would happen to Lan Yu. By the way, seventh forefather, a sage's Taoist preaching is rare. Why don't you guys go in and listen? Chu Kuangren said to the void. He saw that many of the Sky Pride's protectors had already made their moves. The seventh forefather and the other two appeared. They looked at the palace and hesitated for a moment before they nodded. All right, let's go in and listen then. The three of them were not afraid that something would happen to Chu Kuangren. After all, this was the sage's Taoist grounds. No one would dare to cause trouble here. Half an hour had passed, and the honorables had gradually passed the mental staircase. Only a few of them were still fighting against the illusion. Among them, the Sky Prides are the most eye-catching. After all, these people were the future of their orthodoxies. If they did not have a strong enough Taoist core, how could they become the pillars of their orthodoxies in the future? Phew, I've finally made it up. Lan Yu finished the last step and arrived at the entrance of the sage's palace. She turned to look at Chu Kuangren, who was at the bottom of the mental staircase, and nodded. Now that she's done, it's my turn. Chu Kuangren smiled and walked up the mental staircase. His action instantly attracted the attention of all the cultivators who had finished the mental staircase. Everyone wanted to know what kind of Taoist core this peerless Sky Pride with unparalleled talent and combat strength had. When he stepped on the first step, Chu Kuangren only felt the scene in front of him change. A huge wave of scorching flames appeared and rushed towards him. That's it. Chu Kuangren shook his head and steadied his Taoist core. He lifted his foot and walked into the raging flames, completely unfazed by the burning pain. Then, Chu Kuangren saw all kinds of illusions. There were tsunamis, storms, earthquakes, peerless beasts, and all kinds of emotions that were intertwined with each other. It was only 72 steps, but it was as if he had experienced 72 seasons of life. He had seen delicacies, met beauties, been a high and mighty emperor, and also been a lowly beggar. However, no matter what kind of illusion it was, it could not make him pause for even a moment. His Taoist core was as firm as a rock, unshakable. His footsteps were light as he passed the crowd on the mental staircase. It was as if he was walking on an ordinary flight of stairs, and he quickly arrived beside Lanyu. Chapter 151. How? How can he walk so fast? The mental staircase doesn't seem to affect him at all. What the hell is going on? In front of the sage's palace, everyone was dumbfounded. The scene of Chu Kuangren passing the mental staircase so quickly shocked them. One must know that among all the people present, even the fastest supreme martial artist had spent almost an hour to pass through. However, Chu Kuangren took one step at a time without stopping at all. It only took him 20 to 30 breaths to complete the staircase, as if it was an ordinary staircase. It was as if there was no such thing as an illusion. At that moment, all the cultivators who had passed through the mental staircase looked at Chu Kuangren in fear. There was even a hint of fear in their eyes. Was he still human with a Taoist core like that? After all, a Taoist core was linked to a person's experience, will, and emotions. The illusions of the mental staircase were also based on these. However, the way Chu Kuangren passed it without stopping made everyone wonder if this guy had no emotions at all. Was he still human? Could he be a rock? Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the mental staircase suddenly shook violently, and cracks began to appear. In the blink of an eye, the white, jade-like mental staircase was filled with cracks and began to fall apart. The power of the illusions also began to dissipate, and the cultivators who were originally immersed in the illusions were awakened. They looked around blankly at first, but when they noticed the mental staircase's transformation, they immediately rushed up. Not long after, the beautiful mental staircase turned into rubble. F***CK. What happened to the mental staircase? Why did it just crumble like that? What kind of shoddy construction is this? It can't be. The little Taoist child at the bottom of the mental staircase was also shocked. In a flash, he arrived at the palace gate and looked at Chu Kuangren strangely. "Big brother, how did you do it?" How did I do what?" Chu Kuangren was confused, but he had a vague guess in his heart. The other cultivators also guessed something. An honorable asked the little Taoist child, "Little brother, are you saying that the collapse of the mental staircase is related to Brother Chu?" The little Taoist child nodded and said, "I heard from my teacher that this mental staircase can test a cultivator's Taoist core. However, if it encounters an indestructible Taoist core, it will be affected and even collapse." Hiss! Hearing this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. What did that mean? Did that mean that Chu Kuangren's Taoist core was so strong that it could destroy the mental staircase on its own? Is there an example of such a thing? A supreme martial artist asked. The little Tao child shook his head. "No, but teacher said that only the Tao heart of the ancient emperors would be able to do such a thing. Only the ancient emperors could do that." These words were like a muffled thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Holy shit, Chu Kuangren's Taoist core was comparable to the emperors of old. What kind of freak was this? It can't be, it can't be, it can't be. How could such a thing be discovered? I think the mental staircase is malfunctioning. Yes, I think so too. The mental staircase has existed for so many years and has tested countless people's Tao hearts. It's normal for it to malfunction after being in disrepair for so long. That makes sense. Some of the cultivators started talking at the same time. Their words gained the approval of many others, and everyone gradually accepted them. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancient emperors, they dared not imagine such a thing and were unwilling to believe it either. Chu Kuangren was already too insane, but to say that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient emperors was just too terrifying. Is it really in disrepair for so long? This mental staircase is a sage weapon after all. The little Tao child frowned and muttered with a twisted face. However, the cultivators who did not ascend the mental staircase could not care less. Now that the mental staircase was destroyed, they felt that this was a chance for them to listen to the sage's Taoist preaching without climbing the mental staircase. One by one, these cultivators dashed towards the palace gate. However, at that moment, an invisible force suddenly spread out from the palace, and those cultivators who tried to take advantage of the situation were all sent flying. Cultivators who have ascended the mental staircase may now enter the palace. As for the others, please leave. An old voice came from inside the palace. It was the Whitelock Sage's order. Those cultivators who did not ascend the mental staircase were unwilling, but since the sage had spoken, what else could they say? They could only leave obediently. They don't have the guts to ascend the mental staircase, yet they tried to take advantage of the situation. Do these people deserve to listen to the sage's Taoist preaching? An honorable snorted. Then, the crowd entered the palace. The interior of the palace was very spacious. Inside, there was an old man dressed in white robes sitting on a cattail hassock. The old man's hair, beard, and even his eyebrows were white. Even though he was just sitting there, he gave off an ethereal and untouchable vibe. Chu Kuangren activated his Eye of Revelation and obtained some information. Whitelock Sage, early sage manifestation realm, cultivates the meritorious physique. Early sage manifestation realm. Meritorious physique? Those two keywords came into Chu Kuangren's sight. There were strong and weak sages too. The early sage manifestation realm was a normal sage. The middle sage was a great sage, and above the late sage was a sage ruler. As for the meritorious physique, it was a cultivation technique that was very rare. It was a merit technique that used merit to cultivate. No wonder this Whitelock sage often preaches and collects merits. So it's to cultivate this meritorious physique. Chu Kuangren murmured. At that moment, he felt a gaze fall upon him. It was the Whitelock sage. Chu Kuangren's heart was beating like a drum. Could this sage be blaming me for destroying his mental staircase? Fortunately, the Whitelock sage only glanced at him once before he shifted his gaze away. He then said to the crowd of cultivators, "The Taoist preaching is about to begin. Everyone, please find a seat and take a seat." The crowd found their seats and sat on the ground. Most of the honorables who had been here before rushed to a spot 3 meters away from the Whitelock sage and sat down. That spot was the closest to the sage, and it was also the best distance to listen to the sage's Taoist preaching. Chu Kuangren did not fight for a seat. Instead, he and Lan Yu found a random spot to sit down. Once everyone found their seats, the sage began his Taoist preaching. From the most basic cultivation realm to the final experience of becoming a sage, the sage explained every realm in great detail. As the sage preached, an incredibly mysterious Taoist rhyme permeated the entire palace. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual qi gathered towards the place, and a strange phenomenon of flowers falling from the sky and golden lotuses sprouting from the ground appeared. Chu Kuangren listened to the sages preaching from the back and gained some insight. As expected of a sage, his Taoist techniques and cultivation level are indeed profound. He looked at the others and realized that everyone was immersed in the sage's Taoist preaching. Each and every one of them had an infatuated look on their faces, including the honorables and even supreme honorables like the seventh forefather. Chu Kuangren could not help but be speechless. Isn't this a little too much? Although the sage's Taoist preaching had inspired him, he was not as engrossed as the others. Moreover, the more he listened, the less inspiration Whitelock sage gave him. In the end, he did not feel anything at all. Could it be that he was so stupid that he could not understand what the sage was saying? What a joke. If he was stupid, then there would be no geniuses in this world. Chapter 152. Chu Kuangren's mastery of Tao techniques was too high, especially after he had gone into closed-door meditation for 3 years to gain insights into the Emperor's scripture. His understanding of Tao techniques was probably not far off from that of a sage. Chu Kuangren suddenly had an idea when he realized that. What would happen if he were to mentally spar with a sage now? He had thought of mentally sparring with a sage a long time ago. However, he never had the chance to do so. Now, the chance was right in front of him. Let's wait a little longer. Chu Kuangren took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. It was not that he was afraid, but the sage was giving a Taoist lecture now. It would be rude to suddenly spar with him. At that thought, Chu Kuangren hugged the descendant self sword in his arms. He no longer listened to the sage's Taoist lecture and instead focused on understanding the mysteries of the sword soul. To him, that was more useful than listening to the sage's Taoist lecture. Time passed, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sage's Taoist lecture had also ended. Everyone gradually recovered from the sage's Taoist lecture and looked like they had benefited a lot from it. Even the honorables benefited. "Thank you, sage." One of the honorable supremes stood up and bowed. "Thank you, sage." The others also stood up and bowed, expressing their gratitude. The white-locked saint smiled faintly. After this lecture, he had gained some merit. Although it was not very useful to the merit treasured body, it was still meat no matter how small a mosquito was. That's the end of today's lecture. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, the white-locked sage said. The cultivator's eyes lit up. They quickly took the opportunity to voice out their doubts and were all answered by the sage. "Sage, this is the era of great battles. In your opinion, who has the highest chance of becoming an emperor?" Ao Chong suddenly asked. That question piqued the interest of many people. However, the white-locked sage did not answer directly. Instead, he said, "This is a heavenly mystery that only we can fathom. How long do you think it'll take for another emperor to appear?" This time, it was Yuan Hong who asked. This era of great battles is an unprecedented change. The great Tao has manifested, but to become an emperor, one has to train hard. It might take 100 years or even 1,000 years, the white-locked sage said with a frown. Even he had not advanced to martial emperor. Who knew how long it would take for someone to do so? "Sage, I heard that the mental staircase in front of your palace can test a cultivator's Taoist core. Now that the mental staircase has collapsed, do you think Chu Kuangren's Taoist core is comparable to the emperors of old?" Wu Chenzi glanced at Chu Kuangren and asked. The corners of the white-locked sage's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He was aware that the mental staircase had been destroyed. He could not fathom Chu Kuangren's Taoist core either. He dared not determine if Chu Kuangren's Taoist core was comparable to the emperors of old. After all, this matter was too unbelievable. However, if he said that he didn't know, wouldn't he be embarrassing himself as a saint? Why do these little guys keep asking me things I don't know? The white-locked sage suddenly thought of something. With a deep gaze, he pretended to be mysterious and said, "I can't say. I can't say." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other and were slightly puzzled. "Can't say. What does this mean?" Everyone was extremely curious, but the sage did not say anything. Even if they were so curious that they felt like ants were crawling in their hearts, there was no way they could know. "Sage, I've been stuck in the honorable realm for 2,000 years. May I ask how I can break through?" At that moment, an honorable suddenly asked. Although this question was still very difficult, compared to the questions that the previous sages did not know, he still knew a little about it. The sermon lasted for 3 days, and the question and answer session took 2 days. The white-locked sage felt that it was about time, so he set his gaze on Chu Kuangren with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This was because Chu Kuangren had been sitting on the same spot since the beginning. He neither listened to his sermon nor asked any questions. All he did was hug his sword. Chu Kuangren was like a statue, not moving an inch. The white-locked sage started to wonder why Chu Kuangren was there. Not only the sage, but the others also noticed Chu Kuangren's strange behavior. They looked at each other, not knowing what he was up to. "Chu Kuangren, how dare you disregard the sage's authority? How dare you be so rude in front of sage?" An honorable suddenly questioned Chu Kuangren loudly. Buzz at that moment, the descendant self sword trembled slightly, revealing half of its body. An incredibly terrifying, sharp aura locked onto that honorable. That honorable's face turned pale as if he was struck by lightning. That sharp aura made him feel like his life was hanging by a thread. That sword was too terrifying. The crowd was secretly shocked. It was indeed worthy of being the 100-sword spectrum's #1 sword. It was the only known sacred sword that had merged with a sword soul. It truly lived up to its reputation. Chu Kuangren slowly regained consciousness. He placed his hand on the descendant self sword's hilt and sheathed it into its scabbard. He then caressed the sword's body as if he was comforting it. He softly murmured, "It's not worth getting angry over someone like him." Then he looked around before he looked at the Whitelock sage who was sitting on a futon. He smiled and asked, "Is the sermon over?" The Whitelock sage nodded. "Yes. All right then. I have a question for you as well." The crowd looked at him curiously. "Please go ahead." The sage's expression turned serious. How difficult would it be to answer a question that even a peerless sky pride like him could not understand? The sage has been preaching for 3 days and answering questions for 2 days. Are you tired? What? The crowd looked at each other in confusion. What kind of question was that? I'm all right, the Whitelock sage replied. He too did not know what Chu Kuangren was up to. If that's the case, may I invite the sage to spar with me now? Chu Kuangren chuckled. As soon as he said that, the crowd fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was doubting what they had just heard. What did they just hear? Chu Kuangren wanted to spar with a sage. How dare you? How dare you spout such nonsense, you little brat? A few terrifying auras instantly erupted. It was a few honorables who were glaring at Chu Kuangren. The Whitelock sage was like a teacher to them when he preached to them, and they respected him immensely. To them, Chu Kuangren's actions were no different from provoking the sage. How could they not be angry? Buzz! A sword chime erupted. An incredibly terrifying sword-based Taoist rhyme filled the air and instantly overpowered the honorables' poise, forcing them to retreat. The initially furious honorables looked at Chu Kuangren in shock. I'm asking the sage, not you guys. Chu Kuangren glanced at the honorables before he looked straight at the sage. I wonder if the sage is willing to spar with me? His tone was neither humble nor arrogant, and there was a hint of seriousness in it. Everyone believed him. Chu Kuangren really wanted to spar with the sage. At that thought, they did not know how to express their inner thoughts. They could not tell if they were shocked or disdainful. However, there was one thing they were sure of. They would never dare to request a spar with a sage like Chu Kuangren did. They did not even dare to think about it. We're here to listen to the sage's Taoist preaching, but this Chu Kuangren is here to spar with a sage. Chapter 153. Inside the sage's palace, Chu Kuangren uttered something shocking. He was here to mentally spar with a sage. A hint of surprise appeared in Whitelock sage's eyes when he heard Chu Kuangren's request. He then pondered for a while. Young man, are you sure you want to do this? My Tao techniques have reached a bottleneck, so I hope to mentally spar with a sage to seek a breakthrough. I hope you can fulfill my request, Chu Kuangren said. If that's the case, sure. Whitelock sage nodded and agreed to Chu Kuangren's request. Chu Kuangren smiled and walked past the crowd to the sage. He then sat on the ground with the descendant self sword in his arms. Everyone stared at the two without blinking. A battle monarch was going to mentally spar with a sage. To them, the scene before them was simply too unbelievable. No one wanted to miss out on such an event. Young man, your body is surrounded by merit energy. How rare. Whitelock sage glanced at Chu Kuangren and smiled. It's nothing compared to a sage's Taoist preaching and blessing the world. Chu Kuangren knew that he had merit energy. After all, he had saved the northern Lingdao state back then, so it would be strange if he did not have any merit energy. However, this bit of merit energy was nothing compared to Whitelock sage's. After all, the sage had accumulated so much merit energy that Chu Kuangren could not compare to. Nevertheless, Chu Kuangren did not take it to heart. Sage, please, Chu Kuangren said. Then, Taoist rhymes emanated from his body, and the sword of the heavens hovered above his head as he began the mental sparring. Whitelock sage did not hesitate and unleashed his Tao technique realm. In an instant, Chu Kuangren felt a boundless ocean-like Taoist rhyme rushing towards him, giving him unprecedented pressure. Is this the sage Taoist rhyme? If he had not spent 3 years studying the Longevity Emperor scripture, The sword of the heavens would have crumbled under this terrifying sage Taoist rhyme. Young man, your Tao technique realm is truly amazing. I'm afraid not many below the sages can compare to you. Whitelock Sage could not help but exclaim when he saw that Chu Kuangren had withstood his Taoist rhyme. The others heard the sage's words too, and they were speechless. No wonder Chu Kuangren wanted to mentally spar with the sage. It turned out that his Tao technique realm had already reached such a level. Ao Chong, Yuan Hong, and the others exchanged glances with each other. A strong sense of defeat rose in their hearts. They were all sky prides and young emperors, but Chu Kuangren had long surpassed them. Sage, please take this. At that moment, Chu Kuangren suddenly shouted. The sword of the heavens trembled and a sword ray shot out. The terrifying sword light contained an extreme sword-based Taoist rhyme. Even the Whitelock Saint's gaze turned grave when he saw it. Good sword, Tao! White-browed exclaimed in admiration. With a thought, an indomitable giant phantom appeared behind him and attacked the sword light. Two Taoist rhymes intertwined and clashed in the air. Brilliant lights circulated, dazzling all the cultivators present. Such a Taoist rhyme was too mystical. Little friend, take a move from me too. Taoist rhymes circulated around the Whitelock Sage as the giant shadow pointed a finger at Chu Kuangren. Majestic Taoist rhymes gushed forth like a tsunami. Even an honorable Supreme's Tao technique would be instantly defeated by that finger. Chu Kuangren moved his mind, and white lotuses suddenly appeared in the air, disintegrating the Taoist rhyme layer by layer. Sage Ruler Technique, White Lotus Light of Purification. Oh, what an amazing technique. Whitelock Sage was slightly surprised. Again, Chu Kuangren's eyes glimmered with excitement. Mental sparring with a sage was indeed extraordinary. He could vaguely feel that he had touched the Taoist technique barrier. Not only that, but he had also used the eternal Emperor scripture that he had learned in the past 3 years in this mental sparring session to deepen his understanding. Not only that, but the various techniques that he had learned in the Dharma sect were also at his fingertips. Chu Kuangren used everything that he had learned in his lifetime and enjoyed himself to the fullest. The mental sparring session lasted for an entire day. All sorts of mystical Taoist rhymes lingered in the Grand Hall, mesmerizing every cultivator. In particular, Chu Kuangren's Taoist rhymes made every cultivator feel like they could see the shadow of their own Tao within them. This shocked everyone. They couldn't imagine how a person could master so many cultivation techniques. Rumor has it that Chu Kuangren once learned all the techniques in the Dharma sect. It seems that the rumors are true. This is too terrifying. He has so many techniques, yet he can use each and every one of them to perfection. I'm afraid that even the Dharma sect master can only do this. Just how terrifying is this person's level of enlightenment? Even the seventh forefather and the other protectors who had always been by Chu Kuangren's side were a little shocked. They knew that Chu Kuangren's Taoist technique realm was so high that even they could not compare to him, but they did not expect it to be this high. He had sparred with the sage for an entire day and night without losing. Junior Chu, it's time to end this. At that moment, Whitelock Sage suddenly spoke, and a ray of white light shot out from between his brows. That ray of white light contained an incredibly powerful Taoist rhyme. The sage's Taoist rhyme was vividly displayed within it. In an instant, the white light broke through the white lotus light of purification and hit the sword of the heavens above Chu Kuangren's head. The sword of the heavens Taoist rhyme was damaged, and cracks began to appear on it. Chu Kuangren's body trembled, and the Taoist rhyme around him gradually collapsed. Just a little bit more. The descendant self-sword in Chu Kuangren's arms trembled, and a powerful surge of sword-based Taoist rhyme erupted once again and was injected into the sword of the heavens. The Taoist rhyme that was initially collapsing was instantly stabilized, and it became even sharper. Whitelock Sage nodded. What a good sword. Chu Kuangren did not reply. At that moment, he had fallen into a mysterious state of enlightenment. The various Taoist techniques that he had learned in this life, as well as the knowledge that he had gained from 3 years of studying the Emperor's scripture, were all playing out in his mind. There were too many. He knew too many things. Chu Kuangren summarized these techniques one by one. Then he integrated all of them into the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. He had learned so many techniques for this one sword technique. The crowd watched as the white lotuses around Chu Kuangren dissipated, leaving behind the sword of the heavens above his head that was radiating an endless radiance. An incredibly terrifying surge of sword-based Taoist rhyme rose rapidly. At that moment, even Whitelock Sage could feel his heart palpitate. This Taoist rhyme? What's going on? Buzz, at that moment, the sword of the heavens' radiance turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. As if the Taoist Tao had sensed it, various transformations appeared above the palace. Flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, and Taoist rhymes echoed. The Taoist rhyme from the transformations gradually spread and covered a radius of 10,000 kilometers. The entire azure dragon domain, no, the entire firmament star, seemed to have sensed it as they all looked towards the direction of Whitelock Mountain with bewildered expressions. This Taoist rhyme, what's going on? Is this a sage's Taoist rhyme? But that can't be right. A sage's Taoist rhyme doesn't have this kind of terrifying fluctuation. What's going on? Whitelock Mountain, is it Whitelock Sage's doing? All the strong cultivators were shocked. Even the sages hiding behind the scenes were alarmed. One by one, they released their spiritual thoughts towards the direction of Whitelock Mountain to investigate. Chapter 154. The sages tried to peek at the Whitelock Mountain's Taoist rhyme. However, a terrifying aura erupted from the Taoist rhyme, shocking all the sages who came to peek. That Taoist rhyme contained a majestic emperor's aura. A towering white-robed figure gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. That person was holding a long sword, and a terrifying Taoist rhyme surged around his body. It was the emperor's aura that the sages felt. Who's that? I don't know. Why would an emperor appear? No, that's not an emperor. It's just an emperor's aura. Also, why do I feel that this person looks familiar? The sages communicated with each other through their spiritual thoughts. Suddenly, one of the sages said in a shocked tone, "That person looks like Chu Kuangren." Who? Chu Kuangren, the Black Heaven sect's lead disciple Chu Kuangren. Oh, it really is that kid. The Black Heaven sect sage also recognized Chu Kuangren, but he was also very puzzled by the scene before him. He did not know why Chu Kuangren would have an emperor's aura. No, Chu Kuangren's cultivation level is only at the Battle Monarch realm, and he doesn't have any Emperor's essence on him. Where is this Emperor's aura coming from? Even Emperor's essence wouldn't have such a strong Emperor's aura, let alone such a phenomenon. If I'm not mistaken, he's creating his own Emperor's technique. One of the sages could not hide the shock in his tone. At that, everyone regained their senses. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Chu Kuangren was indeed creating his own Emperor's technique. This discovery left all the sages dumbfounded. They were so shocked that even their spiritual thoughts began to fluctuate violently. How is this possible? A Battle Monarch realm cultivator creating his own Emperor's technique? This is a fantasy. I've never heard of such a thing before. When the sages regained their senses, they expressed their doubts. This kind of thing was too unimaginable. The Black Heaven sect sage was also shocked, but he then laughed and said, "This kid really surprises us time and time again. 3 years ago, he created his own sage ruler technique, and 3 years later, he created his own Emperor's technique. Huh, the heavens have blessed the Black Heaven sect." The Black Heaven sect's sage's voice echoed in everyone's spiritual thoughts. The sages of the various orthodoxies were extremely jealous. Why was such a peerless sky pride born in the Black Heaven sect? Above the saint's palace, the white-robed figure held a long sword in his hand and suddenly slashed. A terrifying and boundless Taoist rhyme swept out along with his sword like a gale. This sword was not supported by any spiritual power. However, Just the Taoist rhyme alone was enough to make all the living beings in the Whitelock Mountain, including the supremacies, prostrate themselves on the ground and shiver in fear. The sage's spiritual thoughts were also cut into pieces by this sword. They cried out in alarm and quickly retreated like the tide. Inside the sage's palace, Chu Kuangren had integrated everything he had learned into the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique, and he had finally raised this sage ruler technique to the level of an emperor technique. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the heavenly law sword above his head released a boundless brilliance. He said to the Whitelock Saint, "Please take another sword strike from me." Buzz, the heavenly sword trembled slightly, and a purple sword light suddenly slashed out. A terrifying Taoist rhyme that seemed like it could tear the heavens and split the earth spread out, causing the pupils of everyone present, including the Supremes, to shrink. Their faces were filled with fear. The Whitelock Saint's expression turned grim as he fully unleashed his Tao technique realm. With a point of his finger, the sage Taoist rhyme collided with the sword light. The two Taoist rhymes exploded and enveloped the entire hall. Everyone's Tao technique realm was suppressed by this Taoist rhyme, making it difficult for them to use it. Not long after, the two Taoist rhymes slowly dissipated. Chu Kuangren and the Whitelock Saint remained seated. The Whitelock Saint's eyes were filled with shock. He had blocked that sword strike just now. However, that was under the circumstance that Chu Kuangren had just self-created an emperor technique and was not familiar with it yet. Otherwise, the Whitelock Saint might have lost. "I can't believe that such a stunning sky pride like you would appear in this era," the Whitelock Saint exclaimed. Self-created emperor technique. That was something that only an emperor could do. However, Chu Kuangren had done it when he was only in the Battle Monarch realm. His realm was worlds apart from an emperor. Even a sage would find such a thing unimaginable. "I've learned a lot from this sparring session. Thank you, Sage, for your guidance." Chu Kuangren smiled in satisfaction. He had finally used this opportunity to elevate his heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique to an emperor technique, greatly increasing his combat strength. Who won and who lost? I don't know. The cultivators at the scene were confused. This sparring session was too mysterious. It was not something that people of their level could comprehend, so naturally, they did not know what was going on. However, some of the honorables could tell what was going on. The sage did not lose. One of the honorables took a deep breath and said. When the others heard this, they revealed a look of as expected. "I knew it. How could a sage lose?" Chu Kuangren lost. TSK, he may be a sky pride, but he's still no match for a sage. No. At that moment, the honorable shook his head. The sage did not lose, but he did not win either. This sparring session was a draw. What? The crowd was dumbfounded. This Chu Kuangren's Tao technique level is comparable to a sage's? Not only that, Chu Kuangren even created an emperor technique at the end, the honorable said with a trembling voice. Obviously, this was a huge blow to him. As soon as he finished speaking, all the cultivators were dumbfounded. Self-created emperor technique. How could something like that happen to a battle monarch cultivator? They looked at the sage, wanting to prove it. However, the sage did not refute the honorable's words. His attitude undoubtedly confirmed what the honorable had said. At that moment, the cultivators in the palace were dumbfounded. As expected, the emperor's chi within my body trembled because of Chu Kuangren's self-created emperor technique. The sky pride, Ao, Chong murmured. At that moment, he had completely given up on competing with Chu Kuangren. How could he compete with a cheat who could self-create an emperor technique? 3 years ago, he suppressed everyone to the point where they could not even lift their heads. After 3 years of closed-door meditation, the era of great battles finally showed itself. Now that he's out, the world has become his stage again. How sad. Yuan Hong looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. The other sky prides also smiled bitterly, their faces filled with melancholy. They realized that as long as Chu Kuangren was around, the world would always look at him. Chu Kuangren's brilliance was too dazzling, like a blazing sun in the sky. Who would pay attention to anyone else? Living in the same era with someone like him, especially in this so-called era of great battles. It's really sad. Yeah, we can't compete with him at all. Compete? What do we have to compete with him? He's already a battle monarch cultivator who can self-create an emperor technique. Who else can the throne belong to besides him? After the sparring session ended, the crowd left one by one. Chu Kuangren had also left. However, news of him sparring with a sage and self-creating an emperor technique quickly spread everywhere, causing an uproar in the entire firmament star. Chapter 155. The news of Chu Kuangren sparring with a sage and creating his own emperor technique spread far and wide. In an instant, the entire firmament star was in an uproar. He was in the limelight, overshadowing all the other prodigies. Some people even believe that if someone was destined to become an emperor in this era, Chu Kuangren would definitely be the best candidate. After all, a self-created emperor technique was too shocking. Besides emperors, very few people could do that. As a battle monarch, Chu Kuangren had achieved what only an emperor could do. To the crowd, it was almost certain that he would become an emperor in the future. Amidst the vast sea of clouds, Chu Kuangren sat on the ferry boat. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of Heaven's Spirit Marrow, a gold-grade item. Chu Kuangren had just finished his lucky draw. The prize was Heaven's Spirit Marrow, which had helped him a lot in the past. It had even helped him form his 3 supreme foundations. But it was useless now. He threw it into his universe ring and let the divine phoenix egg absorb it. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the communication compass in his yin and yang ring suddenly vibrated. Chu Kuangren took it out and saw that Honorable Xian Qi had sent him a message. Kuangren, quickly make a trip to the Barren Feather Dao province. As it turned out, there was a dynasty in the Barren Feather Dao state called China. China was a supreme orthodoxy. At the same time, it was also an affiliated force of the Black Heaven sect. Every year, they would offer tributes to the Black Heaven sect. However, recently, China had discovered traces of demonic cultivators, and there were even supremacies among them. As a precaution, China reported the matter to the Black Heaven sect and requested for reinforcements. Honorable Xian Qi, on the other hand, handed this matter over to Chu Kuangren. After all, he had killed 100,000 demonic cultivators back then, which was still a deterrent to the demonic cultivators. It's the demonic cultivators causing trouble again. I'm so bored these days. Chu Kuangren shook his head before he turned around and headed towards the Qian nation. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, he might as well find something to do. In the capital city of China, when Chu Kuangren arrived at the Qian nation, he strolled around the streets. However, his appearance was so outstanding that he attracted the attention of many passers-by. That young master is so handsome. Such celestial beauty is rarely seen in the world. The passers-by around them were discussing spiritedly. There were even some coachmen who were too engrossed in the scene and accidentally crashed into someone. A handsome face is a source of calamity. Chu Kuangren touched his face and lamented. After all, few cultivators could resist his charm, let alone these ordinary mortals. He saw a vendor selling masks on the street, so he walked up and picked one up. Finally, he chose a white fox mask and put it on. He smiled at Lan Yu and asked, "Does it look good?" "Yes." Lan Yu nodded. "Lan Yu, do you want to choose one as well?" "All right." Lan Yu nodded and picked up a mask. It was a ferocious-looking wolf mask. After the two of them bought the masks, they wore them on the streets. Although it was still quite eye-catching, it was not as exaggerated as before. Chu Kuangren planned to go straight to the palace to meet the king of Qian Nation. Hence, he brought Lan Yu along and headed towards the palace gate. However, the two of them were stopped by the palace guards. The royal palace is an important place, no trespassing. The royal guard stared at the masked man warily. After years of guarding the palace, he had developed an intuition that allowed him to judge who was the most dangerous. This intuition had helped him many times, and now his intuition was warning him like crazy, causing him to be on high alert. These two people were extremely dangerous. "Take off your masks," the royal guard shouted. Chu Kuangren slowly took off his mask, revealing a perfect face. He smiled and said, "I am Chu Kuangren, here to visit the king. At first, the crowd was stunned by Chu Kuangren's appearance, but when they heard the name Chu Kuangren, their pupils shrank and their faces were filled with shock. If one were to ask who was the most famous person in Firmament Star, it would undoubtedly be Chu Kuangren. These royal guards guarded the palace all day, so they had seen a lot of people coming and going. Naturally, they had heard a lot. Chu Kuangren was one of the most popular names in recent times, so it was impossible for them not to know him. Chu Kuangren, he's the rumored Black Heaven sect lead disciple who created his own emperor technique. Gosh, I can't believe I'm seeing him in person. He looks better than the rumors say. What's he doing in the palace? The royal guard immediately said after hearing Chu Kuangren's name, "Please wait for a moment. I'll report to the king immediately." "Thank you." Chu Kuangren smiled. Not long after, the group of guards saw the dignified King Qian rushing out of the palace to welcome Chu Kuangren personally. "Oh my, Brother Chu, it's my fault for making you wait here for so long. Please come in, come in. You're too kind, King Qian." Chu Kuangren and King Qian followed King Qian into the palace. Along the way, King Qian secretly observed Chu Kuangren. The more he looked, the more he felt that the rumors were true. The Black Heaven sect lead disciple was indeed a celestial being. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren was also observing King Qian. He looked to be in his 50s, had a dignified appearance, and had an honorable cultivation base. When Chu Kuangren and King Qian arrived, King Qian arranged for a banquet that night. The Qian nation's royal family and Tier 1 officials all attended. At the banquet, many people were sizing Chu Kuangren up. It was especially so for the princesses and princes. Chu Kuangren had long gotten used to these gazes, so he did not pay much attention to them. "I've asked for help from the Black Heaven sect, but I didn't expect them to send you here. It's the Qian nation's honor," King Qian said with a smile. Chu Kuangren smiled. "You're too kind, King Qian. However, my honorable teacher has sent me here, but I'm not too familiar with the situation. I wonder if you can tell me in detail which demonic cultivators are causing trouble in the Qian nation." At that, King Qian's expression turned serious. "It's mainly people from Euphoria's sect and the Ashura sect. Besides them, there's also a group of unknown demonic cultivators. These people have caused a lot of damage in the Qian nation, and there are even honorable realm demonic cultivators among them. Do you know what they're after?" "I'm not sure, but they seem to be looking for something." "Looking for something? Is it going to be like what happened in northern Lingdao?" Chu Kuangren frowned. The demonic onslaught in northern Lingdao last time was caused by the demonic spear of apocalypse. Was it because of something else this time as well? However, compared to northern Lingdao, the Qian nation was an honorable orthodoxy. With King Qian around, they could suppress the demonic cultivators for a while. It would not be like the last time where the entire state was turned into an Ashura hell. "I heard that Brother Chu had killed 100,000 demonic cultivators in northern Lingdao 3 years ago. I'm relieved that Brother Chu is here. Come, Brother Chu, let me propose a toast to you." King Qian raised his cup. "I'll do my best," Chu Kuangren said. The next day, the second prince of the Qian nation came to look for Chu Kuangren. He said that he wanted to bring him around the capital city since he was a newcomer. "Brother Chu, the demonic cultivators can't be rushed. My father has already sent someone to investigate, and he'll inform you when there's a result. For now, let me bring you around so that I can be a good host," the second prince said. Chapter 156. In China, there was a brothel called the Heavenly Fragrance Brothel. At this moment, in a boudoir within the Heavenly Fragrant Pavilion, a woman in gorgeous red clothes was dressing herself in front of a mirror, and every move she made revealed a sense of charm. This person was the top beauty of the Heavenly Fragrant Pavilion, and people called her Miss Hong. There was a maidservant beside Miss Hong who was tidying her hair. "Any news recently?" "Lady, the sect leader and the others are estimated to arrive at the capital today. Besides that, the people from the Shura sect and an unknown devil cultivator faction are also eyeing that place. At that time, I'm afraid that a big battle will be unavoidable. I never plan on achieving my goal so easily. That place is definitely the demon-quenching pool recorded in the ancient records. Legend has it that the demon-quenching pool contains a saint ruler's demon heart. This kind of fortune is obviously coveted by many. Also, there's another piece of news. At this point, the maid paused for a moment. What's there to hesitate about? Speak. Chu Kuangren has arrived at the Qian nation. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Ms. Hong's hand that was drawing her eyebrows also paused for a moment, and the eyebrow pencil fell to the ground. Say that again? Who? Chu Kuangren. D*M. Why did this killing god come to China? Miss Hong was no longer calm, and a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Although he had never met Chu Kuangren before, his name was enough to strike fear into the hearts of countless demonic cultivators. The resentment of the 100,000 devil cultivators of Devil Weeping Mountain had yet to dissipate. China is a subsidiary force of the Black Heaven sect. It is normal for them to send people here, the maid said helplessly. They have so many people. Why do they have to send that killing god? This is going to be troublesome. Miss Hong gritted her teeth, no longer in the mood to continue putting on makeup. Seeing this, the servant girl sighed helplessly. Why did they send Chu Kuangren? What they were witnessing now was the best proof of that. After all, Chu Kuangren's deterrence towards demonic cultivators was much greater than that of an honorable. Not only the Red Lady, but the demonic cultivators who were scattered all over the Qian nation had also received news of Chu Kuangren's arrival in the Qian nation. For a moment, most of the devil cultivators were scared half to death, and all of them shrunk back, not daring to make the slightest sound. The scouts that King Qian had sent out to investigate the whereabouts of the devil cultivators had also noticed this, and all of them were extremely puzzled. Why did the fiendish cultivators who stirred up trouble every other day seem to have all disappeared overnight, not even daring to let out a fart? How were they supposed to investigate this? Prince, is this the place you want to bring me to? Chu Kuangren looked at the heavenly fragrance in front of him and the graceful women on the upper floors. He could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Lanyu glanced at the second prince. Her gaze was so cold that the second prince could not help but shiver and have goosebumps all over his body. He bit the bullet and said, "Don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist Chu. Although this heavenly fragrance restaurant is a place of pleasure, there are also many talented scholars and beautiful ladies here. The top girl here, Miss Hong, is even a famous zither master in China." Is that so? Chu Kuangren was a little doubtful. Absolutely. The second prince led Chu Kuangren and his companion into the heavenly fragrance inn. As soon as they entered the inn, they immediately attracted the attention of many people present. It was especially so for the ladies, who were staring at Chu Kuangren with sparkling eyes. What a handsome young man. I've been at the heavenly fragrance inn for so long, but this is the first time I've met a man like him. If I could have sex with him just once, it would be worth it even if I died. Some of the ladies could not hold back any longer. They went up to Chu Kuangren and surrounded him, reaching out their hands to tease him. Lanyu took a step forward and stood in front of the ladies with a cold gaze. The ladies were intimidated by her aura, and for a moment, none of them dared to go up to her. "Shoo, shoo, shoo. You commoners should go and find someone else. Quick, get the Red Lady here and play a few songs for my friend here." The second prince waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. At that moment, a middle-aged lady who still retained her charm walked up to the second prince and smiled. "What brings you here, second prince? And this friend of yours, oh my," the middle-aged lady stared at Chu Kuangren and stammered. She then went up to him and carefully sized him up. Is he an immortal? This friend of mine really is an immortal. Quick, get the Red Lady here, the second prince said impatiently. All right, please wait in the private room for a while. It's this second prince again. He's already come to me twice this month. Why is he here again? The Red Lady said discontentedly. I can't help it. Who asked him to give so many soul stones? My dear mistress, you just have to put up with it. Besides, the second prince has brought someone with him this time. That person looks really extraordinary. You said the same thing the last time. Oh my, compared to this one, that person looks like a pile of sh*t. If I were a few decades younger, I'd be willing to throw myself at this person too, the middle-aged lady said with a love-struck expression. Is it really that exaggerated? The red lady muttered as she pushed open the door of the private room. When she saw who was inside, her expression suddenly froze. She then quietly closed the door and turned around to leave. Hey, my dear mistress, what's wrong with you? Aunt Hua, please tell the second prince that I'm not feeling well today, so it's not convenient for me to serve them, the red lady said. What do you mean, not feeling well? Weren't you fine just now? Also, why did your face suddenly turn so pale? Aunt Hua asked curiously. The red lady wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She was just scared out of her wits. Not only did he look extraordinary, but he was also brought here by the second prince. She should have guessed long ago that this person was Chu Kuangren. This god of death actually came to look for her. By the heavens, if her identity was exposed, she would not be able to survive even if she had 10 lives. Red lady, since you're already here, why don't you come in? Don't let my friend wait too long. The second prince walked out and said unhappily, Your Highness, I'm not feeling well. Can I know? Before the red lady could finish, the second prince interrupted her and said, This friend of mine is of high status. You must serve him well today. Otherwise, you, in a heavenly fragrance, and will not have a good time. Then, all right, the red lady nodded. In her heart, she had long cursed the second prince. All men were bad. Usually, he would call her precious, but now, he was pushing her to someone else in the blink of an eye. Upon entering the room, the red lady bowed to Chu Kuangren respectfully. She then took out a guqin and began to play it for them. The melodious tune reverberated throughout the room, relaxing everyone. It was undeniable that the red lady's guqin skills were quite extraordinary. The red lady slowly relaxed. She felt that she was too nervous. Chu Kuangren had never seen her before, so how could he know her true identity? All she needed to do was play the guqin well. She would occasionally raise her head to observe Chu Kuangren. She realized that this god of death, who struck fear into the hearts of the demonic orthodoxies, was indeed a godly person. The red lady had seen all kinds of people, but be it in terms of appearance or temperament, none of them could compare to Chu Kuangren in front of her. Suddenly, the red lady saw a playful smile on Chu Kuangren's face. For some reason, it made her feel a sense of fear. Chapter 157. With a clang, the guqin string broke and the music stopped. The red lady suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and hurriedly walked towards Chu Kuangren and the others. She bowed and said, I'm not feeling well today, so I apologize for disturbing your mood. I'll call for another sister to replace me. The second prince's expression was a little ugly, but he could not lose his temper in front of Chu Kuangren. Go on. Yes. Wait a minute. Chu Kuangren suddenly called out to the red lady and said, There's no need to replace me. Change to another guqin and continue playing. But just continue. It's a blessing that Brother Chu has taken a liking to you. Don't be so ungrateful. The second prince said coldly. The red lady pondered for a while. All right then. She changed to another guqin and continued playing. The second prince smiled and said to Chu Kuangren, Brother Chu, did you ask her to stay because you've taken a liking to her? The red lady was also a stunning beauty. Although she was not as pretty as Lan Yu, to the second prince, it was understandable that Chu Kuangren had taken a liking to her. After all, he was still young and full of vigor, not to mention a man as outstanding as Chu Kuangren. Your Highness, do you know where the Euphoria sect usually hides among the 3 demonic orthodoxies in the Azure Dragon domain? The second prince was a little surprised by Chu Kuangren's question. Why did he suddenly bring up the Euphoria sect? Please enlighten me, Brother Chu. The Utopia faction is good at making love, and their women are good at making love in bed. Therefore, they usually hide in some brothels. On the one hand, they can cultivate in these brothels. On the other hand, influential people like Your Highness often visit these brothels, so it's convenient for them to gather information. Chu Kuangren explained. The red lady, who was playing the guqin, completely lost her tune when she heard Chu Kuangren mention the Euphoria sect. He saw through my identity. Miss Hong was extremely terrified. Then, she no longer hesitated. Her figure flashed and turned into a red shadow, wanting to escape out of the door. However, before she could take a few steps, a domain energy completely locked onto her. In the blink of an eye, she was pinned to the ground. No matter how much she channeled the spiritual power in her body, she could not move an inch. It was almost impossible for her to escape from Chu Kuangren. Miss Hong, you're a devil cultivator from the Utopia faction. How could the second prince not know what was going on? He glared at Miss Hong, but at the same time, he was a little afraid in his heart. This Miss Hong was actually a demonic cultivator. Wouldn't it be easy for her to harm him in the past? How did you know my identity? The red lady stared at Chu Kuangren in confusion. No one can hide their identity from me. Chu Kuangren's eyes flickered with mysterious Taoist runes as he said indifferently. In front of this pair of eyes, Miss Hong felt as if she had been seen through from inside out. There are no secrets to speak of. What do you want? Tell me, what are the demonic cultivators up to in China? If I don't tell you, what can you do to me? Miss Hong said stubbornly. The Euphoria sect is good at sex. I wonder if you will still be happy if I find a few dozen beggars to take turns to serve you? Chu Kuangren chuckled with a playful look on his face. The second prince could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Damn, so ruthless. Chu Kuangren, as the lead disciple of the Black Heaven sect, how can you be so despicable? The red lady's face instantly turned pale. She had goosebumps all over her body at the thought of what Chu Kuangren had described. If that really happened, she would rather die. Answer my question, or else I have even more despicable tricks up my sleeves. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you're dead. If you die, I'll strip you naked and hang your corpse on the city wall for everyone to see, Chu Kuangren said coldly. F***C me. Who's the demonic cultivator here, me or you? The red lady was going crazy. She looked at Chu Kuangren's fairy-like face and felt that the person in front of her was definitely a demon, the most vicious kind. The second prince gulped as well. He swore to himself that no matter what happened in the future, he would never make Chu Kuangren his enemy. The demonic cultivators came to the Qian nation for the demonic heart in the demonic refinement lake. The red lady gritted her teeth and revealed the purpose of the demonic cultivators. She was afraid that she would betray her sect. Most demonic cultivators lived for themselves, so Chu Kuangren was not surprised by the red lady's actions. In fact, it was expected. Tell me more clearly. The demonic refinement lake is a secret realm recorded in demonic scriptures. It's where the sage ruler of demonic orthodoxy, the heartless old man, resided tens of thousands of years ago. Later on, the heartless old man died in a great battle. According to the records, the heartless old man cultivated a strange technique that could separate a person from their heart, and his heart was placed in the demonic refinement lake. According to the ancient legends, as long as the demonic heart is not destroyed, the heartless old man will not die. However, resurrection is too unbelievable. Nevertheless, that demonic heart is an opportunity of fortune, so it attracted many demonic cultivators. The demonic refinement lake will open in 3 days. The location is the capital city. The second prince's expression changed when he heard the last part. That secret realm is in the capital city. You mean in 3 days, all demonic cultivators will come to the capital city to fight for that so-called demonic heart? That's right. The red lady nodded. To be more precise, where is the secret realm located in the capital city? In a forest in the southeast of the capital city. However, that place has been sealed off by us demonic cultivators, so no one else can enter. This is all I know, the red lady said. I see. Chu Kuangren nodded. Can you let me go now? Whether I let you go or not, we'll talk about it after all the other demonic cultivators have been captured. You're breaking your promise, the red lady said angrily. Oh, when did I say that I'll let you go as long as you tell me the truth? You think too highly of yourself, Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Then what else do you want now? Continue to be the main attraction of the heavenly fragrance in and don't do anything else. Your Highness, the palace should have some kind of control method, right? Chu Kuangren turned around and asked the second prince. Yes, there is a secret medicine in the palace. Once consumed, without an antidote, the person will die within 7 days. Let her consume it. All right. The second prince obeyed Chu Kuangren's order. It was not that Chu Kuangren was soft-hearted. It was just that the Red Lady had connections with the people from the Euphoria sect. If he killed her now, it would definitely alert the enemy. Hence, the only thing he could do now was to control her and deal with her after dealing with all the demonic cultivators. It's all thanks to Brother Chu's sharp eyes that you managed to see through the Red Lady's identity as a demonic cultivator. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have been fooled. The second prince said emotionally. It's all thanks to you, second prince. Let's go back and let King Qian make the necessary preparations. Not bad. 3 more days should be enough. When he returned, he told King Qian everything. King Qian immediately sent people to check out the forest that the Red Lady mentioned. When he found that there were indeed many demonic cultivators hiding there, he immediately deployed people to guard that area. Chapter 158. Congratulations! You have drawn a Starlight Grade item, Soul Reaper. On this day, Chu Kuangren had just finished his lucky draw. The prize he received made his eyes light up, and with a thought, a pitch-black chain that was filled with a treacherous aura suddenly appeared in his hand. There was a hook at the end of the chain that was emitting wisps of black gas. It was cold to the touch, as if one was holding an ice cube. Is this the Soul Reaper chain? Chu Kuangren muttered. The Soul Retriever was a sage ruler weapon that possessed the ability to reap away one's soul. It was extremely terrifying, and with Chu Kuangren's current cultivation realm, even an honorable supreme would not be able to escape the fate of having their souls hooked away. The soul was a very mysterious thing. It was said that even sages did not have a high understanding of the soul, let alone other cultivators. In this world, there were very few methods that could deal with the soul. Chu Kuangren was certain that there were only a handful of items like the Soul Retriever in this world. Such an item was just too rare. With this item, I'm almost unafraid of anyone below the level of a sage. Chu Kuangren kept the Soul Retriever into his spiritual mound and refined it. The Soul Retriever contained a soul-type Taoist rhyme, so Chu Kuangren might even be able to learn some soul techniques from it. Of course, this was very difficult. However, his perception was amazing, so he might be able to do it. Saint. At this moment, a person walked out of the void. It was Supreme Qinglan. Oh, what's wrong? Chu Kuangren asked. Due to the matter with the devil cultivators, he had sent Supreme Venerable Qinglan and Old Lady Meng to assist King Qian, leaving only the 7th ancestor by his side. Now that Supreme Qinglan had appeared, something must have happened. We caught someone outside the forest. He seems to have his eyes on the devil-tempering pool mystic realm, but he is a friend of the saint. Oh, my friend? It's the young master of the White Jade Hotel, Li Xingqian. Chu Kuangren was slightly surprised. Why was Li Xingqian here in the Qin nation? Take me there. In the Qin Imperial Palace, a group of guards was watching over a young man. There were supremacies among the guards, but they did not dare to be careless. If not for Old Lady Meng and Supremacy Qinglan stepping in to capture this young cultivator, they might not have been able to do anything to him. Teacher, why are there so many people? Has your secret realm been exposed? Li Xingqian communicated with the Saint King Remnant spirit in his body. The Saint Ruler Partial Spirit was also rather worried. Looks like my secret realm has indeed been discovered. No, Xingqian, the items in the secret realm are extremely important. They're of great use to you. You can't let others take them. Teacher, don't worry. I will think of a way. Li Xingqian nodded. He was the young master of White Jade Tower, and White Jade Tower strength was not any weaker than Qian. Even King Qian would not dare to do anything to him. Not long after, a young man in white walked over. Li Xingqian was surprised to see him. Brother Chu. When the sage ruler remnant spirit within his body sensed Chu Kuangren's presence, it immediately retracted its aura and tried its best to hide itself. Brotherly, it really is you. Chu Kuangren was surprised. Why are you here? Li Xingqian rolled his eyes and said, I came here to gain experience, but I don't know why. but these people suddenly rushed out and captured me. Brother Chu, why are you here? Chu Kuangren briefly explained the situation regarding the demonic cultivators. I see. Li Xingqian was deep in thought. It seemed that these demonic cultivators had their eyes on his teacher's sage ruler heart. This item was left behind by his teacher for him to cultivate, so he could not let these demonic cultivators get their hands on it. After some thought, Li Xingqian said, Brother Chu, since there are demonic cultivators causing trouble here, why don't you let me lend you a hand? Then I will thank you on behalf of King Qian, Brother Li. Chu Kuangren laughed. He did not mind Li Xingqian staying behind to help, but during their conversation, he vaguely felt that Li Xingqian was hiding something. However, who did not have something on their mind? Chu Kuangren did not plan to get to the bottom of it, so he ordered someone to bring Li Xingqian to rest. It was night, and the moon hung high in the sky. In a forest in the southeast direction of the capital city, a group of figures arrived and gathered together. It was the Azure Dragon Domain's demonic cultivators. Apart from the corpse refining sect who did not know about the situation, more than half of the Euphoria sect and Ashura sect's experts were here, including their sect leaders. With these people here, the atmosphere became a little tense. Ashura sect's sect leader. How have you been? The Euphoria sect's sect leader was a lady with a voluptuous figure. She greeted the Ashura sect's sect leader. The Ashura sect's sect leader was a bald man with a ferocious aura. His eyes swept across the Euphoria sect's sect leader's body. It's been so many years, but you're still as slutty as ever. The Euphoria sect's sect leader frowned. The demonic vanquish pool hasn't opened yet. If you don't watch your mouth, I don't mind fighting you now. Come me then. I'll let you have a taste of my power. The bald man chuckled and said with a double meaning. Sect leader, please think of the bigger picture. Seeing that the two sect leaders were at each other's throats, the elders of the two sects tried to mediate. If we fight now, it won't be good if we attract the attention of others. That's right, this is the Qin Kingdom's capital city after all. Besides, Chu Kuangren is here too. Initially, the two sect leaders did not care about King Qian, but when they heard Chu Kuangren's name, their expressions turned serious. The rest of the demonic cultivators could not help but shiver. Chu Kuangren's name had long shaken the world, especially in the demonic orthodoxies. He was the god of death that everyone feared. The battle at the Weeping Demon Mountain was still unforgettable for many demonic cultivators. Moreover, that was 3 years ago. Without a doubt, the current Chu Kuangren was much more terrifying than he was 3 years ago. D***. Why is this Chu Kuangren here too? Wasn't it enough that he took the demonic spear in northern Lingdao last time? Now he wants to take the demonic heart too? He's F***ing not giving us a chance at all. The Ashura sect leader snorted, feeling a little frustrated. Chu Kuangren alone is troublesome enough, not to mention that he has an honorable supreme protector behind him. Therefore, to obtain the demonic heart, it's best that we don't cause any trouble before we enter the secret realm. The Euphoria sect leader said, Once I obtain the demonic heart and become a sage, the first thing I'll do is to kill this Chu Kuangren. The Ashura sect leader said ruthlessly, even though he knew that it was impossible. However, that did not stop him from enjoying his mouth. Unfortunately, you won't get the chance. A voice was heard. What followed was a majestic palm energy that descended from the sky. The palm energy landed on the Ashura sect leader's body and smashed him into the ground. With a loud rumble, the terrifying impact caused the ground to cave in, forming a large crater. Who's that? Such a palm energy, could it be? Everyone looked towards the source of the palm energy. All they saw was a peerless figure in white walking across the sky. The moonlight shone on him, making him look extremely holy. It made him look like a celestial being that had descended from the moon, which was mesmerizing. However, the crowd of demonic cultivators was horrified when they saw this person. It's him, Chu Kuangren. D***. Why is he here? Chapter 159. Chu Kuangren's appearance sent chills down the demonic cultivators' spines. Everyone was on high alert, and their eyes were filled with fear. It's already the middle of the night, yet you're still causing trouble. You demonic cultivators sure have nothing better to do, Chu Kuangren said. Chu Kuangren, what are you doing here? The Euphoria sect master asked. Boom! The Ashura sect master, who had been slammed into the ground, rushed out. His face was covered in dust, but his eyes were cold. What else could I be here for? Of course, I'm here to slay demons and be a hero. Hey, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to be a hero. I'm only here to slap you guys to death. Chu Kuangren smiled. Then, he raised his hand and gathered a large amount of earth chi. The human mountain stamp was cast once again, and a terrifying force came crashing down like a godly mountain. Chu Kuangren, I've always wanted to fight you. The Ashura sect master said loudly as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Rays of light intertwined on his body and formed a black armor. He threw out a punch, and boundless ferocious chi surged. The Euphoria sect master did not hold back either. She formed a seal with both of her hands, and suddenly, there was a burst of fragrance. Then, the silhouettes of enchanting women appeared and danced around Chu Kuangren. Smiling like flowers, the fist and palm energy collided, and the void exploded. Chu Kuangren was in a gentle illusion, and the enchanting women were sending flirtatious glances at him. There was a strange surge of energy that impacted his Taoist core. It was the Euphoria sect's illusion technique, the land of gentleness. The land of gentleness is the grave of a hero. No matter how high your cultivation level is, you're still just a kid. How can you withstand it? The Euphoria sect master chuckled with a hint of pride. The group of demonic cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the Euphoria sect master. How powerful! This illusion technique is unparalleled in demonic orthodoxies. Die, Chu Kuangren. A dagger appeared in the Euphoria sect master's hand. She channeled her spiritual power into it, and under her control, the dagger shot across the sky like a meteor towards Chu Kuangren. The energy contained in the dagger was so terrifying that even an honorable supreme would be instantly injured if he was hit. However, just as the dagger was about to hit Chu Kuangren, his figure suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. What happened? Watch out, sect leader of the Utopia faction. Sect leader of the Ashura faction shouted. The master of the Utopia faction felt a chill run down his spine, and his scalp went numb. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Kuangren had already appeared behind her. With a terrifying surge of earth chi brewing in his palm, he unleashed a palm attack. The Utopia sect leader also struck out with his palm. As the two Taoist rhymes intertwined with each other, a cracking sound was heard. Then, a mist of blood burst out from the arm of the Utopia faction's faction leader. The bones in his arm were broken, and his flesh was exposed. His entire body flew out uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. Compared to the mental staircase, this illusion of yours is simply crude. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. He had the rock-solid Taoist heart. Even the sage's mental staircase couldn't affect him, let alone the Utopia faction's sect leader's little illusion technique. Damn it, why didn't the Utopia faction's sect leader's illusion technique work on him? The Ashura sect master's expression was extremely gloomy. A saber appeared in his hand, and with a ferocious slash, a violent pitch-black saber ray almost covered the moonlight as it headed towards Chu Kuangren. Even a supreme martial artist would find it hard to block this attack. The descendant self-sword at Chu Kuangren's waist trembled slightly, revealing half of its blade. Then, an incredibly sharp sword ray tore through the night sky. The terrifying saber ray was easily dispelled by that one sword ray. Everyone's faces turned pale when they saw that. F***CKME, what kind of sword is that? He only revealed half of his sword and it already has such power. D***M. How can Chu Kuangren's sword Dao be this powerful? What does he mean? Why did he only reveal half of his sword ray? Is he trying to say that the two great demonic orthodoxies sect masters aren't worth his time? Why don't we leave? Some of the demonic cultivators could not suppress the fear in their hearts and said, Chu Kuangren's display of strength was so powerful that it made the demonic cultivators feel uneasy. Some of them even thought of turning around and running away. However, before the demonic cultivators could make a move, the sound of the ground shaking came from not far away. Then, they saw the palace guards in armor surrounding the area. "Oh no, we're surrounded. How did they know we're here? Who is it? Who betrayed us?" The demonic cultivators fell into a state of panic. One of the demonic cultivators gritted his teeth and said, "Since it's come to this, why don't we kill our way out and fight them to the death?" "All right, let's kill them." The fiendish cultivators were furious and fought with the palace guards. The palace guards had Li Xingqian, King Qian, and even Honorable Qing Lan and Old Lady Meng on their side. These demonic cultivators were no match for them at all. In just one exchange, many demonic cultivators were killed by the two honorables. "It's all over for you guys," Chu Kuangren said. "Chu Kuangren, it's you again. It's you again. 3 years ago in the northern Lingdao state, and today in the Qian nation. Why are you so determined to go against us?" The Ashura sect master said fiercely. Chu Kuangren curled his lips. "Don't be ridiculous. I can't be bothered to go against you guys. It's you guys who always come into my line of fire, so I have no choice but to kill you guys. All right, enough with the nonsense. I'll send you guys on your way." These two sect masters were not even honorable supremes. They were just slightly stronger honorables, so they were not a threat to Chu Kuangren at all. He then activated his Daoist physique transformation and battle monarch domain. His terrifying aura instantly locked onto the two sect masters like a tsunami. Just as he was about to make his move, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the void. Under the moonlight, a pitch-black crack opened. All the demonic cultivators noticed the crack. "It's the secret realm, the entrance to the secret realm. Quick, enter the secret realm." The group of demonic cultivators immediately rushed towards the secret realm. The Euphoria sect master and the Ashura sect master wanted to enter too, but they dared not act rashly under Chu Kuangren's attack. At that moment, two terrifying auras forcefully entered the battlefield. The two auras were a finger strength and a saber ray that were filled with terrifying Taoist rhymes, and they were both locked onto Chu Kuangren. "That's an honorable supreme." Chu Kuangren was a little surprised. The descendant self sword at his waist suddenly unsheathed, and a dazzling sword ray erupted. The sword ray was like a flood, shattering the finger and saber ray. A powerful impact spread out, and even Chu Kuangren could not help but take a few steps back. It was his first time fighting an honorable supreme. Far in the night sky, 3 people arrived. Among them were 2 elders. One was wearing armor, and the other was wrapped in a black robe. Beside them was a young man, and that young man was staring at Chu Kuangren with hatred in his eyes. "Chu Kuangren, we meet again," the young man said in a deep voice. "Who are you?" Chu Kuangren glanced at the young man. "Chu Kuangren, you don't remember me?" The young man was shocked, and his expression turned even uglier. "I'm the one who fought you for the demonic spear of apocalypse 3 years ago in northern Lingdao state, Zhao Wujin. There's no way you don't remember me. 3 years ago, there were many people who fought me for it. How could I remember all of them?" Chu Kuangren said calmly, although he said that he had already used the Eye of Revelation to check the information of those 3 people. That young man was the only demonic cultivator who escaped from the Weeping Demon Mountain battle. Chapter 160. Elder Sect Leader. The Ashura sect leader was overjoyed when he saw the armored Elder Sect leader beside Zhao Wujin. The Elder Sect leader glanced at him and snorted. "Thank goodness I followed you here out of worry. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. It's you, Chakra King." The 7th forefather walked out from the void and stared at the cloaked elder with a serious look in his eyes. The Chakra King was one of the higher-ups of the demonic cultivator organization, the Underworld Palace. He was there during the Weeping Demon Mountain battle, and the demonic onslaught was planned by him and Zhao Wujin. There are 3 forces that have their eyes on the demonic Vanquish Lake. Other than the Euphoria sect and the Ashura sect, there's another mysterious force that we haven't been able to find out. I guess it must be you guys, Chu Kuangren said. The Underworld Palace was the most mysterious demonic cultivator organization in Firmament Star. They were very powerful, so it was normal that the Qian nation could not find out anything about them. Wu Jin, go to the secret realm and get the demonic heart. Leave this to us. The Chakra King said. Yes. Zhao Wujin glared at Chu Kuangren before he dashed towards the secret realm of the demonic Vanquish Lake. Chu Kuangren did not stop him. An ant like him was not worthy of his attention. The most important thing now was to deal with the Chakra King and the Ashura Sect's Elder Sect leader. Only the Seventh Forefather and Chu Kuangren had the ability to deal with them. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've fought against an honorable supreme. Seventh Ancestor, you can pick one first. Chu Kuangren said. Let me deal with the Chakra King then. Back at the Weeping Demon Mountain, we didn't even have a clear winner. The Seventh Forefather took out his azure divine sword and locked onto the Chakra King with his powerful sword-based Taoist rhyme. All right, leave this Ashura Sect's old man to me. An honorable supreme is not an ordinary honorable. You must be careful, kid, the Seventh Forefather said solemnly. Don't worry, Seventh Forefather. I can handle it. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. He was eager to fight. Humph, how dare a brat like that? Let me show you the difference between an honorable supreme and an honorable supreme. The Ashura Sect's elderly sect master snorted coldly. The killing intent around him was several times stronger than the Ashura Sect's elderly sect master. With a slash of the saber, surging killing intent gathered to form a saber light. Chu Kuangren did not retreat. With the descendant self-sword in his hand, a terrifying sword-based Taoist rhyme erupted from both him and his sword. As he slashed out with his sword, a purple sword light burst forth and collided with the saber light. The two Taoist rhymes intertwined, giving off a brilliant glow in the dark night. Such a powerful sword chi. The Ashura Sect elder was shocked. For a battle king to be able to fight against an honorable supreme like him, such a peerless genius was simply too rare. This person killed 100,000 devil cultivators at Weeping Devil Mountain, and now he's hindering my devil sex plans. He's repeatedly opposed my devil Tao. If we don't get rid of him today, he'll definitely be a great calamity for the devil Tao in the future. Chu Kuangren must die. Murderous intent shot out of the Ashura Sect's elder sect master's eyes, and the murderous aura on his body also increased. In the end, a pitch-black figure holding a long saber formed behind him. A terrifying murderous aura emanated from that figure, and every cultivator on the battlefield narrowed their eyes as they trembled in fear. That murderous aura even spread to half of the capital city. Countless cultivators sensed it and looked at the source of the murderous aura in horror. It's the Ashura Sect's great Ashura avatar. Rumor has it that the Ashura Sect has an avatar cultivation technique that allows one to cultivate an Ashura avatar. It seems like the rumors are true. What a terrifying aura. I feel like I can't even fight back against this avatar, even if I'm an honorable. Everyone was shocked when they saw the great Ashura avatar. However, Chu Kuangren, who was facing the great Ashura avatar's domineering aura, was unperturbed. So this is the Ashura Sect's great Ashura avatar? It looks quite intimidating, but I wonder how many of my attacks it can withstand? Kill. The Ashura Sect's elder sect master activated his avatar, and the terrifying avatar wielded a huge long saber and slashed towards Chu Kuangren. The boundless murderous aura formed a force field around Chu Kuangren, trapping him like a swamp, making it impossible for him to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. As the long saber slashed down, a series of explosions erupted in the void. A mysterious fluctuation emanated from Chu Kuangren's body as his Taoist rhymes manifested, turning into white lotuses in the void. It was the sage ruler technique, the white lotus light of purification. The huge saber shadow stopped abruptly when it landed on the white lotuses. The Taoist rhymes and spiritual power were continuously disintegrated, and the white lotuses also began to wither and shatter. In the end, the White Lotuses were completely destroyed. However, that saber attack was also completely destroyed. Chu Kuangren stood where he was, unscathed. That attack was quite powerful, Chu Kuangren said calmly. His White Lotus Light of Purification was extremely powerful and had an unparalleled defense. Even an honorable would not be able to break it. However, the Ashura Sect's Elder Sect Master's saber attack could shatter the White Lotuses in the sky. Although it did not hurt Chu Kuangren, it was still a rare feat. How is this possible? The Ashura Sect's Elder Sect Master was dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. He did not hold back at all in that attack. It was an all-out attack. Even so, it did not hurt Chu Kuangren at all. His opponent's strength far exceeded the Honorable Supreme's imagination. What realm are you in? The Ashura Sect's Elder Sect Master couldn't help but ask. I'm just a battle monarch, Chu Kuangren said. Upon hearing this, not only the Ashura Sect Master, all the other cultivators looked as though they wanted to curse out loud. This was a battle king? This guy was a battle king? Fuck that battle king. You've already done your part, so it's my turn now. At that moment, Chu Kuangren spoke. He slowly raised the Descendant Self sword in his hand, and the blade trembled slightly. The white jade-like sword suddenly erupted with an aura that made everyone's scalp tingle. The Ashura Sect's Elder Sect Master didn't dare to be careless. The spiritual energy in his body surged to the extreme and was continuously injected into the Ashura Dharma form. A monstrous, murderous aura rumbled in the dark night. Even so, the Ashura avatar still did not give the Elder Sect Master any sense of security. On the contrary, as the sword-based Taoist rhyme on Chu Kuangren's body continued to rise, a sense of unease gradually welled up in his heart. What kind of move is this guy going to use? This Taoist aura is too terrifying. Buzz buzz, the sound of a sword ringing echoed in the air. Chu Kuangren's gaze froze. Then, an emperor's aura suddenly shot out from the Taoist rhyme, causing everyone at the scene to be extremely terrified. Some of the weaker demonic cultivators were immediately pressed to the ground. They looked at Chu Kuangren, who was in the sky, as if they were looking at a high and mighty emperor. How is this possible? This aura. What the hell is going on? An emperor suppressing technique. He's using an emperor technique. Many demonic cultivators looked at Chu Kuangren in disbelief. Even a chakra king of the underworld palace was shocked. It had been a long time since the firmament star had seen an emperor technique, but now, Chu Kuangren was wielding his sword and casting an emperor technique right in front of them. Heaven-slaying, sword-drawing technique. Chu Kuangren swung his sword, and in an instant, a purple sword ray lit up the entire dark night. It was a dazzling sight. Everyone who witnessed this scene would never be able to forget it. Chapter 161. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. Chu Kuangren's calm voice formed a strong contrast with the majestic emperor technique, shocking everyone at the scene. The majestic purple sword ray contained an emperor's aura that gushed out. Wherever the sword chi passed, the void shook violently, as if it was about to explode. The Ashura Sect's Elder Sect Master, who was targeted by the sword, felt extremely uneasy in the face of such unprecedented power. The Ashura Avatar. He roared as he channeled the spiritual power in his body into the avatar to unleash a slash. The saber ray and the purple sword ray collided, and the majestic sword ray almost crushed the saber ray in a crushing manner. The Ashura avatar had no way to defend against this attack. The moment it came into contact with the sword ray, its Taoist rhymes and spiritual power instantly disintegrated and exploded into spiritual power turbulence. The sword ray was unstoppable as it engulfed the Ashura Sect's Elder Sect Master. His armor cracked and shattered under the sword ray. No! With a scream, the Ashura Sect's Elder Sect Master's body was torn into pieces by the sword chi, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. Chu Kuangren raised his hand and activated the gluttonous devouring technique, sucking the Ashura sect's elder sect master's body into the avarice dimension to refine his flesh and blood essence. The flesh and blood essence of an honorable supreme was a great tonic. After killing the Ashura sect master, the sword ray smashed onto the ground, and everyone in the capital city felt the ground shake. As dust and smoke rose, everyone saw a huge crack that was thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters deep in the ground. It was like a canyon. The forest that was there had long been destroyed. What a terrifying sword technique. Oh my God, is this the power of an emperor technique? It's so powerful that an honorable supreme was killed with a single slash. Rumor has it that Chu Kuangren sparred with a sage and created an emperor technique. It seems like it's true now. What kind of monster is he? We have no chance of winning. Chu Kuangren's single slash had shocked the demonic cultivators so much that they did not dare to resist. All they wanted was to leave this place as soon as possible. Unfortunately, King Qian was leading an army, and he had the help of Honorable Qing Lan and Old Lady Meng. These demonic cultivators could not escape at all. At that moment, several figures rushed out from the spatial crack not far away. These people were the cultivators who had taken advantage of the chaos to enter the mystic realm with the intention of snatching the demon heart. Zhao Wujin was also among them. Seeing him come out, the Chakra King, who was not far away, was delighted. Wuji, have you got the demon heart? The demonic heart has already disappeared. Someone beat us to it. Zhao Wujin's expression was unsightly. The Chakravarti King and the rest of the demonic cultivators were not much better. They had gone through so much trouble to obtain this demonic heart, but now someone had gotten it before them. This made them feel like vomiting blood. This was especially the case for the Azura sect's Grandmaster. Not only was the old Grandmaster dead, his demon heart was gone as well. This was truly a case of going for wool and coming home shorn. Leave! The Chakravarti King forced the seventh forefather to retreat with a single finger. He then pulled Zhao Wujin along and was about to leave the scene. However, a large amount of sword chi gathered in the air and formed 12 long pillars of sword chi. It was the Nine-Heaven Sword Prison Anomaly. None of the demonic cultivators who came here today shall leave this place alive. Chu Kuangren said coldly. He, who had just killed an honorable supreme, had an ice-cold killing intent circulating around his body. All the demonic cultivators present were terrified. Under the encirclement of King Qian and the others, the number of demonic cultivators continued to decrease. Only a few experts were still struggling to hold on. Kill Chu Kuangren first, then break the Nine-Heaven Sword Prison. The Azura sect's sect master shouted as he led a group of demonic cultivators towards Chu Kuangren. Although they knew that they had no chance of winning, it was the only thing they could do. The weakest of the demonic cultivators who were charging towards Chu Kuangren was at least an honorable realm cultivator. Not to mention honorables like the Azura sect's sect master and the Euphoria sect's sect master. Even a normal battle monarch would be scared to death in the face of such a powerful aura. Unfortunately, their opponent was Chu Kuangren. Phantom light strike. No one could see how Chu Kuangren moved. All they saw was a ray of light flashing in front of them. Then, they felt a terrifying force erupt from their bodies, almost shattering their flesh and bones. That was the power of the human mountain stamp. Boom, boom, boom. A ray of light moved swiftly within the group of demonic cultivators, sending them flying one by one. Those who were lightly injured spat out blood, while those who were severely injured were directly blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Not long after, more than 10 honorable demonic cultivators were all beaten to the ground, unable to resist at all. Gluttonous devouring technique. Chu Kuangren revealed himself, and a pitch-black cave appeared in the middle of his palm like the mouth of a giant beast. One by one, the demonic cultivators were sucked into the cave and refined. How? How can he be so terrifying? Not far away, Zhao Wujin's face turned pale when he saw what happened. He had improved a lot in the past 3 years, and he initially thought that he had closed the gap between him and Chu Kuangren. However, from the looks of it now, the gap was getting bigger and bigger. You who slipped through the net 3 years ago, you shall die too. Chu Kuangren's gaze suddenly fell on Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly channeled his spiritual power to maximize his Taoist physique strength. Supreme demonic physique, desolate heaven fist. A powerful Taoist rhyme erupted as he threw out a punch. That attack was not much weaker than an honorable's attack, but Chu Kuangren only needed to gently slap his palm to instantly shatter that Taoist rhyme. That horrifying power terrified Zhao Wujin, and he hurriedly begged the Chakra King for help. "Teacher, please save me." However, when a 9-heaven sword prison was cast, the Chakra King was occupied by the 7th forefather and could not spare any time to save Zhao Wujin. Chu Kuangren turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Zhao Wujin. He immediately slammed his palm onto the top of Zhao Wujin's skull, and the horrifying palm energy crushed his meridians, bones, and flesh completely. Then he unleashed the gluttonous devouring technique. Before his opponent could even scream, he was sucked into the avarice dimension and refined. Moreover, he realized that although Zhao Wujin's cultivation was not as strong as those honorables, the blood and flesh essences that he refined were far superior to those honorables. Is it because of his supreme demonic physique? Compared to cultivation, physique factors are more likely to affect the effects of the gluttonous devouring technique. Chu Kuangren figured it out after some thought. Wujin. The Chakra King's eyes were bloodshot when Zhao Wujin was killed. After all, Zhao Wujin was the successor that he had painstakingly chosen, but now Chu Kuangren had killed him without even leaving a corpse behind. Chu Kuangren, you said that we're demonic cultivators, but your actions are more like demonic cultivators than we are, absorbing other people's blood and flesh essences to increase your cultivation. If word of this gets out, you'll no longer have the face to call yourself a righteous cultivator. The Chakra King roared. However, Chu Kuangren did not care at all. Those words alone could not shake his Taoist core. Techniques don't control people, but people control techniques. In your hands, this is a demonic technique, but in my hands, it's a demonic weapon, Chu Kuangren said calmly. After refining more than 10 honorables, and even supreme honorables, his aura was steadily rising. He had broken through a small realm and reached the Battle Monarch realm. The Chakra King's expression was extremely ugly. With the 7th forefather and Chu Kuangren behind him, he had no chance of winning this battle. Chapter 162. Chu Kuangren. Let's die together. The Chakra King growled in a low voice. Following that, an extremely powerful aura burst from his body. The spiritual chi in the surroundings boiled like oil in a raging fire, gushing into his body in a frenzy. His spiritual energy was also increasing rapidly. The 7th forefather's expression changed. This is the Great Sky Demonic Disintegration Technique. The Great Sky Demonic Disintegration Technique. Are you trying to take me down with you? Great Taoist runes flashed across Chu Kuangren's eyes as he analyzed the Chakra King. The Great Sky Demonic Disintegration Technique was a mysterious technique that originated from demonic orthodoxies. It burned the foundation of one's body to rapidly increase one's combat strength. But this technique could kill 800 enemies at the cost of 3,000 lives. The user's cultivation base would be completely destroyed, and the worst-case scenario would be death on the spot. It was a suicidal technique that was considered a taboo even among demonic orthodoxies. There were very few demonic cultivators who cultivated this technique. The Chakra King was one of them. He knew that he had no hope of escaping, which was why he chose to use this technique. Boom! A sonic boom was heard in the void. The Chakra King disappeared from where he stood and charged towards Chu Kuangren. With a punch, a violent surge of spiritual power and cold Taoist rhyme erupted and locked onto Chu Kuangren. White lotus light of purification. White lotuses appeared around Chu Kuangren's body, nullifying the Chakra King's first wave of attack. However, the second wave of attack was already upon him. Human Mountain Stamp. Chu Kuangren channeled the spiritual power within his body and unleashed a palm attack. The Human Mountain Taoist rhyme erupted and took on the Chakra King's second punch. A loud explosion rang out and space shook. A shock wave swept out like a storm, and a good number of the surrounding cultivators were sent flying. Just as the Chakra King was about to continue his attack, the seventh forefather had already unleashed a sword ray in an attempt to force him back. However, the Chakra King made an unexpected move. Instead of retreating or evading, he took the sword ray head-on. Then, he waved his arms and activated his Taoist rhyme, looking like he was determined to kill Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren was too amazing. Even the Chakra King was terrified. If he did not die, he would definitely become the enemy of the Underworld Palace, and even the entire demonic orthodoxy. Besides, Chu Kuangren had killed Zhao Wujin, so the Chakra King hated him to the core. Since he was going to die, he would drag Chu Kuangren down with him. Sage technique, Ender finger. The Chakra King pointed his finger out, and a cold and domineering finger strength landed on Chu Kuangren's shoulder. With a poof, the finger force pierced a large hole in the other party's shoulder, almost knocking off his entire arm. However, what happened next left the Chakra King dumbfounded. The bloody hole on Chu Kuangren's shoulder had a large amount of granulation tissue growing. First, it was the bones, then the flesh, and finally the skin. In an instant, the bloody hole was completely healed. His skin was as white as jade, and he didn't seem to be injured at all. How could this be? The Chakra King was dumbfounded. What kind of technique was this? Chu Kuangren, on the other hand, seized the opportunity while his opponent was still in a daze to unleash his descendant self-sword chi and blast his opponent away. After that, Chu Kuangren stood proudly in the air as the 5 supreme foundation levels within his body radiated with a dazzling divine light. Light patterns flowed on the surface of his body, making it look like gold or jade. With the gold and jade body support, his spiritual power was pushed to the limit. Heaven-rending drawing technique. The Emperor technique was performed again, and the vast Emperor's aura locked onto the Chakravarti King. A terrifying purple sword light burst out. In the blink of an eye, the Chakravarti King was killed on the spot. Tonight, Chu Kuangren had consecutively killed 2 honorable supremes. With the descendant self-sword in his hand, he was dressed in a peerless white robe, and his jet black hair reached his waist. Sword-based Taoist rhymes emanated from his body, and under the moonlight, he looked like a sword deity. Everyone could not help but be moved by his peerless demeanor. Brother Chu is truly a god. In the crowd, Li Xingqian could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, the sage ruler remnant spirit within his body was also amazed. I don't think there are more than a handful of such peerless characters throughout the ages. Yes, indeed. Li Xingqian nodded in agreement. He then said, Teacher, now that your heart is in our hands, what should we do next? When we get back, I'll teach you how to refine it. The sage ruler remnant spirit could not suppress the excitement in her tone. Li Xingqian was a little confused, but he did not think too much about it. He only thought that his teacher was happy that his strength had increased again. The massacre lasted for the entire night, and it only stopped when dawn broke. The group of demonic cultivators had been wiped out. The crack to the secret realm had also closed. It's a shame that we couldn't find that demonic heart, King Qian said disappointedly when they returned to the palace. That was a sage ruler's heart. Even if it was a demonic heart, it was still extremely tempting. To a cultivator who had yet to become a sage, its value was extraordinary. Perhaps the rumors were wrong, the 7th forefather said. Perhaps. King Qin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He then cupped his fists at Chu Kuangren and said, It's all thanks to Brother Chu that we were able to wipe out the demonic cultivators this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to do it alone. You're too kind, King Qian. By the way, where's Brother Li? Chu Kuangren smiled and asked about Li Xingqian's whereabouts. King Qian said, He seems to have gone to rest. Fellow Li has contributed a lot in eliminating the devil cultivators this time, as expected of a young master of the White Jade Tower. I'm really sorry for capturing him because of a misunderstanding. Brother Li is not a narrow-minded person. Since King Qian doesn't mind, I'll leave the rest to you. All right, Brother Chu, go and rest. All right. After Chu Kuangren went back, he began to organize the loot from the battle. He had gained quite a lot from this battle. He had used the gluttonous devouring technique to absorb a lot of demonic cultivators' flesh and blood essences, which helped his cultivation level to improve. Moreover, the honorables, especially the Chakra King, were all very wealthy. Just the soul stones alone had a few million top-tier ones. There were also some natural treasures like spiritual marrows, which he fed to the godly phoenix egg. Besides that, he had used the heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique twice this time, so he had a general understanding of the Emperor Technique's power. Although it was his own creation, an Emperor Technique was still an Emperor Technique. With his current strength, he could not fully unleash its power. However, no one below the sage level could block this sword. Young man, it won't be long before you no longer need us as your protectors, the seventh forefather said emotionally. He felt a little melancholic. Chu Kuangren's growth was too fast. He could already kill honorable supremes and was even more powerful than them. Why would he need their protection? Seventh forefather and the others have been my protectors for a short time, but I, Chu Kuangren, will always remember your kindness. Chu Kuangren said solemnly. By the way, Senior Ming, I plan to stay in the Qian King Palace for a few more days. I have some medicinal ingredients here. Can you help me collect them? Then, Chu Kuangren took out a prescription and handed it to Old Lady Ming. She took a look and was shocked. Fiancé, this is the prescription for the life extension pill. Are you going to refine the life extension pill? That's right. Senior Ming, although there's still some time before you reach Heavenly Deterioration Stage 5, I plan to refine a batch of life extension pills for you first. Chu Kuangren smiled. Old Lady Ming was touched when she heard that. She then trembled as she knelt before Chu Kuangren. Fiancé, I'm very grateful for your understanding. Please get up. This is what you deserve, Chu Kuangren said. Thank you, fiancé, Old Lady Ming said before she went to prepare the medicinal ingredients. Chapter 163. In one of the side halls of the Qian King Palace, Li Xingqian sat on his bed, his expression changing. Sometimes he was angry, sometimes he was happy, and sometimes he was sinister. Be ***, get out of my body, Li Xingqian said furiously. But in the next second, his expression became gloomy again. My good disciple, lend your body to your master. I shall make your name known throughout the world. It was as if there were two personalities alternating inside his body. Li Xingqian's expression changed again. I don't want to. So you wanted me to take your heart, not to help me improve my strength, but to wait for me to refine this demonic heart before you take over my body. You found out too late. This is the power of my eternal soul transference technique. As long as my demonic heart is not destroyed, I will not die. As long as someone refines this demonic heart, I can take over their body and be reborn. Why did you choose me? Li Xingqian gritted his teeth. TSK, this is fate. You met me, and you have the starlight physique, extraordinary talents, and the white jade hotel as your background. If I don't take over your body, who else would I take over? The Eternal King sneered. Don't worry, I will inherit everything you have. I will use your parents and background to help me ascend the throne. No, Li Xingqian let out a low roar. Then, as if he had lost all his strength, he lowered his head and fell silent. After a while, Li Xingqian raised his head and a dark light flashed across his eyes. I've finally suppressed this guy's soul. Now, I just need to completely merge with the demonic heart. Once he had completely merged with the demonic heart, he would be reborn as the Eternal Sage King, and Li Xingqian would no longer exist. Li Xingqian, my good disciple, don't you worry. Li Xingqian chuckled. At this time, Chu Kuangren was in an alchemy room in the Qian King Palace. He was planning to refine a batch of life extension pills for Old Lady Ming. As his Taoist protector, Old Lady Ming had been working very hard all this time. Although Chu Kuangren did not say it out loud, he knew that it was time for him to do something to show his appreciation. It just so happened that refining the prolonging life pill was not a difficult task for him. Although he could not refine the Starlight grade prolonging life pill that was comparable to a Saint grade pill due to the lack of medicinal ingredients. However, supreme beings who were slightly weaker could still do it. Not long after, a large amount of pill chi soared into the sky from the alchemy room, and an incomparably surging vitality swept through half of the palace. Many cultivators in the palace sensed this vitality. What a strong life force and elixir energy. Could it be that someone is concocting the prolonging life pill? The prolonging life pill is divided into several grades, but this kind of danshi is at least a supreme grade prolonging life pill. Only a Grandmaster alchemist would be able to refine it. That's not right. How could there be an alchemist of this level in our palace? Who is he? Quick, let's go take a look. The phenomenon of refining the prolonging life pill had attracted many people. The Eternal Sage King, who had just completed his possession, also noticed it. Such a phenomenon. There's an alchemist refining the pill. I didn't expect to meet one here. How rare. A person of this level is very useful to me now. It's worth befriending him. He will definitely be of help to my cultivation in the future. Li Xingqian muttered to himself before he dashed toward the source of the danshi. Above the alchemy room, pill clouds gathered. 1, 2, 3, a total of 9 pill clouds emitted auspicious golden light. Waves of surging vitality and Taoist rhymes filled the air, shocking all the cultivators. King Qian, who had just arrived, was dumbfounded. Although he did not study alchemy, he knew what 9 pill clouds represented. 9 pill clouds. Moreover, this scale of danshi means that it's an honorable grade pill, a grade 9 supreme grade pill. King Qian's voice was trembling. He had never heard of anyone who could refine a grade 9 supreme grade pill, not even a Grandmaster alchemist. This isn't Grandmaster alchemist. Only a legendary Grandmaster alchemist can refine a supreme grade pill like this. Who is it? Who's in the alchemy room? All the cultivators who rushed to the scene were shocked by the scene before them. Even Li Xingqian was shocked. A grade 9 supreme grade pill and Grandmaster alchemist. I can't believe someone like this has appeared. I must befriend this person, Li Xingqian said with a fiery gaze. Soon, he noticed that there were a few people guarding outside the alchemy room. It's them. Li Xingqian was slightly surprised. Those people were Lan Yu and the 3 protectors who were by Chu Kuangren's side. However, Chu Kuangren was nowhere to be seen. He was a little curious. The protectors are almost inseparable from Chu Kuangren. Why are they here, but not Chu Kuangren? Li Xingqian walked up to them. Greetings, seniors. Little friend, you're here too. The 7th forefather nodded slightly. Li Xingqian felt a little uncomfortable being called a little friend. After all, he was now a sage ruler who had reincarnated into another body. Whether it was in terms of experience or cultivation, he was much more experienced than the 7th forefather. How could he not feel uncomfortable being called a little friend? However, he hid it well and did not show it. Who's in this alchemy room? Also, where did Brother Chu go? Previously, he was in a remnant spirit state and could not wait to avoid Chu Kuangren. However, now that he had reincarnated into another body, even a sage would not be able to see through him. Naturally, he was not afraid of Chu Kuangren finding out anything. The bachelor sage is in the alchemy room. Honorable Qing Lan smiled. Oh, could it be that Brother Chu is familiar with that alchemy grandmaster? No, the bachelor sage is the alchemist. Li Xingqian's face revealed a hint of shock as he said, Seniors, you're not joking with me, are you? The 7th forefather smiled faintly and said, I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. Li Xingqian was completely shocked. Chu Kuangren was an alchemy grandmaster. His cultivation talent was amazing, his combat strength was extraordinary, and he was an alchemy grandmaster too. Was there any justice in this world? What a shame. How great would it be if the person I took over was Chu Kuangren, with his talent and alchemy skills, coupled with my cultivation experience as a sage ruler. I'll definitely be able to rise quickly and ascend to the Emperor realm. Li Xingqian lamented in his heart. If he wanted to take over a body, he would naturally have to find a sky pride with good cultivation talent. However, compared to Chu Kuangren, all the sky prides in the world were like dust. Now that I've reincarnated as Li Xingqian, I must build a good relationship with Chu Kuangren. Even if I can't borrow his strength, it's better not to make him my enemy unless it's absolutely necessary. He was aware of his current situation. Having just taken over a body, he was definitely no match for Chu Kuangren. He still needed time to grow. With a creak, the alchemy room's door opened, and Chu Kuangren walked out with a small jade bottle in his hand. Inside the bottle were a few golden pills. They were the 9th grade Honorable Supreme Pills, the Life Extension Pills. Senior Ming, there are a total of 12 Supreme Pills here. If you take one every month, it should be able to extend your life by about 3,000 years. Thank you, fiancé. Old Lady Ming was so grateful that she took the pills with trembling hands. Chapter 164. I didn't expect Brother Chu to be an alchemy grandmaster as well. How versatile you are, King Qian said as he walked up to him. The crowd of cultivators behind him also surrounded him and complimented him. Brother Chu, not only are you talented, but you also know how to refine pills. That's amazing. I'm impressed. That's right. This old man also knows a little about the Tao of alchemy, but compared to fellow Chu, my knowledge pales in comparison. Brother Chu, I have a 20-year-old daughter in my family. She admires you very much. When can you meet her? The cultivators were all talking at once. Some of them even started to promote their daughters. King Qian's mouth twitched as he looked at the group of cultivators. These embarrassing people did not know how to be reserved at all. Brother Chu, I have a daughter who is proficient in the 4 arts. Do you need me to ask her to keep you company? King Qian smiled gently. The crowd of cultivators was speechless. They could not be blamed for that. After all, Chu Kuangren's abilities were just too shocking. Combat strength aside, who could guarantee that they would not experience headaches or fever just from his alchemy abilities alone? Who could guarantee that they would not experience heavenly deterioration stage 5? Chu Kuangren's alchemy grandmaster abilities were too valuable. As long as he wanted to, he could extend the lives of most cultivators. That alone was enough to make Chu Kuangren fearless, even if he did not have the strength to truss a chicken. On the contrary, many wanted to befriend him. Facing the enthusiastic King Qian and the crowd of cultivators, Chu Kuangren kept a smile on his face as he dealt with them one by one. After a while, he looked at Li Xingqian, who was beside him. Brother Li, you contributed a lot in clearing the demonic onslaught yesterday. Thank you for your hard work. It's my pleasure. But Brother Chu has given me a surprise today. I didn't expect you to know alchemy as well. Huh, I can't survive without some life skills these days. Chu Kuangren laughed. You must be joking, Brother Chu, Li Xingqian said. Chu Kuangren looked at Li Xingqian and frowned. He felt that Li Xingqian was a little off today, but he could not pinpoint what it was. Chu Kuangren immediately activated his Eye of Revelation. However, what he saw made his pupils shrink. Eternal Sage King, in a state of possession. After his physical body perished 50,000 years ago, he has existed in the form of a remnant spirit. He cultivates the eternal soul transfer technique. Li Xingqian's soul is in hibernation. Information about the Eternal Sage King flashed past his vision. As for Li Xingqian, he was only in a state of hibernation. However, Chu Kuangren breathed a sigh of relief that the other party was still alive. Then, he said calmly, Brother Li, how about going for a walk with me? How could I dare to refuse Brother Chu's invitation? Please. The two of them left the side hall and strolled around the palace. Along the way, the maidservants came and went, and when they saw Chu Kuangren and Li Xingqian, they would respectfully bow to them. Greetings, young Master Chu and young Master Li. Yes. After a pair of maidservants passed by, Chu Kuangren said, Brother Li, you've changed. You don't even look at these pretty girls anymore. Hearing this, Li Xingqian's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he remember that Li Xingqian used to be a stickler for appearances. When he saw good-looking people, He could not help but take a second look. However, now that there were so many beautiful maidservants in the palace, he did not even look at any of them. Did this make Chu Kuangren suspicious? Brother Chu, you must be joking. In terms of looks, Brother Chu is the most beautiful person in this world. With you here, no one else can enter my eyes. Li Xingqian laughed and brushed it off. You're giving me goosebumps. Chu Kuangren looked at Li Xingqian strangely. Brother Chu, please don't misunderstand. I'm not that interested. The two of them and Lan Yu came to a garden. Seeing that there was no one around, Chu Kuangren said, during the battle last night, the demonic cultivators came for the demonic heart, but it has disappeared. Who do you think has it? How would I know? Oh, it's beating in your body. Don't you know? Hearing this, Li Xingqian's face froze. How did Chu Kuangren know that he had a demonic heart? Brother Chu, I didn't mean to lie to you, but this demonic heart is very important. I was afraid that you'd think I've strayed into the demonic path, so I hid it from you because I couldn't think of a way to explain it. Li Xingqian quickly explained. All right, stop pretending, Eternal Sage King. Chu Kuangren laid his cards on the table. With a thought, the Battle Monarch domain had already locked onto Li Xingqian, suppressing him. Even though he was a Sage King, he was still in the form of a remnant spirit. Although he had taken over Li Xingqian's body, Chu Kuangren's domain still made him feel an immense pressure. It was as if he was a mortal in a swamp, unable to move. However, the pressure from the domain was nothing compared to the pressure in his heart. The Eternal Sage King looked at Chu Kuangren in shock, not knowing how Chu Kuangren saw through his identity. He had just taken over Li Xingqian's body last night. How could he be seen through today? This was too fast. Brother Chu, what are you talking about? Why would I? Li Xingqian, no. The Eternal Sage King wanted to say something, but the domain energy suddenly increased, pressing him to the ground. Get out of Li Xingqian's body, Chu Kuangren said coldly. The Eternal Sage King felt extremely aggrieved. As a Sage King, he had never bowed down to anyone before, let alone kneeling like a dog in front of someone. Although he did not know how Chu Kuangren did it, he knew that Chu Kuangren's determination meant that he had seen through his identity. Chu Kuangren, you better be careful. This body now belongs to Li Xingqian. I'm now one with him. So, if I die, he will die too. The Eternal Sage King said coldly. Oh, so you're threatening me now? So what if I am? What can you do to me? I don't know how you saw through my identity, but if you don't want Li Xingqian to die, you better let me go. The Eternal Sage King sneered. The Eternal Soul transference technique was very powerful. His remnant spirit had attached itself to Li Xingqian's body, and it had merged with his own demonic heart. The spirit and physical body had merged so perfectly that no one could separate them. Just in time, I'll use you to test this thing out. With a flash of light in Chu Kuangren's hand, a pitch-black chain suddenly appeared. An incomparably gloomy aura suddenly spread out. This aura made the Eternal Sage King's pupils dilate, and a very uneasy feeling arose in his heart. What is this? The Eternal Sage King asked in shock. Chu Kuangren did not answer him. He threw the hook into the chain out, and the chain suddenly became a little illusory as it pierced straight through the Eternal Sage King's body. At that moment, the Eternal Sage King's expression turned into one of extreme fear. What are you doing? His remnant spirit began to tremble uncontrollably as if it had met its natural enemy. Come out. Chu Kuangren snorted coldly, and with a violent tug, the chain flew out from Li Xingqian's body. At the same time, it pulled out a gray-robed, white-haired elder. This elder was hooked by the hook of the chain and was tightly bound, unable to move. It was the Eternal Sage King's remnant spirit. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chapter 165. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Eternal Sage King, who had been dragged out of Li Xingqian's body by the Soul Retriever, was in disbelief. He could feel that the Soul Retriever was constantly releasing a chilling aura to numb his sage spirit. This is a weapon that targets the soul, and it's of a very high grade. How did you get something like this? The Eternal Sage King roared. Weapons that targeted the soul were too rare. Even he had never seen one before. He had only heard of it. Chu Kuangren had such a weapon on him, and it just so happened to be used against him, who had just successfully taken over his body. The Eternal Sage King was so angry that his sage spirit was trembling. Destiny, is this destiny? Do you really want me dead? No, no, not even that sage war could kill me. I refuse to believe that a mere chain can do anything to me. The Eternal Sage King struggled with all his might as his sage spirit trembled violently. Chu Kuangren gently tugged on the soul retriever, and the chilling aura on the soul retriever intensified. The Eternal Sage King was corroded by that energy, and his sage spirit was frozen into an ice sculpture. Chu Kuangren, what do you want? The Eternal Sage King said weakly. I'm a little curious. What do you mean by sage war? Tell me, and I might spare your life, Chu Kuangren said. The Eternal Sage King's expression changed. However, he was now on Chu Kuangren's chopping block. He had no choice but to listen to him if he did not want to die. The Sage War was a great war that took place 50,000 years ago. All the participants were sages, which is why it's called the Sage War. Wait, all the participants were sages. Chu Kuangren was slightly surprised. He glanced at Lan Yu, who was beside him. Lan Yu was also quite surprised. 50,000 years ago, all the participants were sages. It seems that this was the war that the Sage Ruler Light participated in. Lan Yu said, when she obtained the Scepter of Light, she had obtained some memory fragments of the Sage Ruler Light. One of them was a terrifying war that also took place 50,000 years ago. If she was not mistaken, it was the Sage War that the Eternal Sage King mentioned. Sage Ruler Light? There was indeed a Sage Ruler who participated in the Sage War. I have some impression of him, the Eternal Sage King said. Continue. What is the Sage War's purpose? To become a martial emperor. In that age of chaos, the great Tao did not appear. In order to become emperors, the saints set up a great formation and let the saints fight inside, causing the saints' Daos to interweave and collide. They tried to use this method to stimulate the great Tao and make the great Tao manifest, making the opportunity to become emperors appear. The Eternal Sage King explained. Chu Kuangren was slightly surprised to hear that. I didn't know there was such a method. To become an emperor, you guys really put in a lot of effort. Did you guys succeed? I don't know. I didn't make it to the end in the Sacred War. However, before my physical body perished, I saw the sage's Daos interweave into golden, auspicious clouds in the sky. The great Tao manifested, and the Emperor's Qi appeared. Wait, Emperor Qi? Yes. The corner of Chu Kuangren's mouth twitched. Did you guys create such a huge commotion just for 1 or 2 streams of primordial Emperor's essences? I know what you're thinking. It's not worth it. The Eternal Sage mocked himself. He now had 49 streams of primordial Emperor's essences, and he did not even need to start a sacred war. This is the benefit of being in this era. Chu Kuangren, you weren't born during the Dharma decline era, so you don't know how crazy the people of that era were to become emperors. The Sacred War was just one of the many experiments. The Eternal Sage King said calmly. All right, since the Sacred War was started and the Emperor's essences appeared, there must be a winner in the end, right? Who was it? I don't know. I've already said that my physical body perished midway. It was not until recently that my sage spirit awakened. As for what happened in the tens of thousands of years in between, I have no idea. The Eternal Sage King shook his head. I see. Where's the battlefield of the Sacred War? Chu Kuangren asked the last question. In the past, we called it the Tali Desert, but now you guys call it the Ancient Battlefield. Oh, one of the 10 great forbidden areas, the Ancient Battlefield. Chu Kuangren was slightly surprised. The 10 great forbidden areas were the most dangerous places in Firmament Star. Even a sage might not come out alive after entering one of them. The Ancient Battlefield was one of them. It was said that countless battles had taken place in the Ancient Battlefield. It was surrounded by ferocious Qi all year round, making it extremely dangerous. I should go take a look when I have the chance. Chu Kuangren felt an urge to take a risk. He suppressed this impulse and tugged on the soul retriever. The Eternal Sage King let out a scream as the soul retriever unleashed a terrifying, chilling energy that tore at his remnant spirit. Chu Kuangren, you went back on your word. The Eternal Sage King stared at Chu Kuangren with hatred. Did I promise you anything? I said that I might be able to keep you here, but it was just a possibility, not a certainty. Besides, what use is a remnant spirit like you to me? You even try to harm my friend. If I don't kill you, do you think I'll keep you alive for the new year? Chu Kuangren curled his lips and pulled hard on the soul retriever. The Eternal Sage King's remnant spirit instantly shattered and disappeared. Chu Kuangren used the Eye of Revelation to check on Li Xingqian. He only felt relieved when he did not find the Eternal Sage King. As long as the demonic heart is not destroyed, the Eternal Sage King will not die. This eternal soul transference technique can only give the Eternal Sage King one chance to possess someone else. This time he's dead. Chu Kuangren kept the soul retriever. Li Xingqian, who was lying on the ground, slowly regained consciousness. He looked around in confusion before he jumped up and screamed while holding his head. Eternal Sage King, get out of my body! Stop yelling. He's dead. Chu Kuangren rolled his eyes beside him. Brother Chu, why are you here? It's all because of you. Chu Kuangren then told him about how he found the Eternal Sage King. I thought this old man was your golden finger, but I didn't expect him to be an old man who wants your life. Chu Kuangren said. Although Li Xingqian did not understand what Chu Kuangren meant by golden finger, he knew that Chu Kuangren had saved his life. It's all thanks to you, Brother Chu. From now on, my life belongs to you. If you need anything, just let me know. Chu Kuangren patted him on the shoulder and said, You don't have to be so polite if I'm your friend. Brother Chu. Li Xingqian was so touched. After settling the Eternal Sage King's matter, Chu Kuangren and the others stayed in the palace for another 2 days before they left. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a gold-grade item, the Verdant Emperor Sword. On the ferry boat, Chu Kuangren had drawn a gold-grade treasure sword. According to the Cultivation World's classification, it was a supreme weapon. Why is it a sword again? Chu Kuangren muttered to himself as he placed the honorable grade sword into the sacred emerald sword case. This was the 7th sword that he had drawn this month. Although each of them was a rare treasure sword, and he had the sacred emerald sword case to nurture them, the Descendant Self-Sword was more than enough for him. He did not know what to do with so many swords out of the blue. Was he going to use them as hidden weapons? One supreme sword at a time. TSK, what a tycoon. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.